news. Bad things coming too. But I never knew about the little things. Every single day, things get in my way. Someone has to pay for the little things. And I'm through with the scars and sick of my shoes and walking in the dark and it's got nothing to do with final solution. It's a box full of shit and I'm through with the cares when there's nothing to fix. When there's nothing to fix. When there's nothing to fix. And it all comes down to you.
Welcome to Pilgrim on Wrestling. Now time for the show.
What's going on?
Nothing. Fucking.
You sound about like me today.
Just it's this year has been an interesting one to say the least, and it's just it's been equal parts great potential and equal parts a lot of frustration. I definitely need to really get my foot in the door with some mainstream and or just regular paying gigs, because this content creator thing is starting to kind of work my last nerve.
Yeah. So I mean, what happened?
I mean, I don't want to go into details. It's just more of I want to get a steadier flow of money, but also I just want to open more. I just want more doors, and I'm more of if I don't care if it's 6 months from now, I don't care if it's next January, I don't care if it's next week. You book something with me, it's basically set in stone. It's something pretty catastrophic, has to hit for me to cancel, and it's just a little too high school for me at times, and it's just it's not enough forward motion. I mean, I'm really trying to get into just a bunch of other little things. I'm just kind of over it, and then people on Twitter irritating the shit out of me. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna start the entertainment early, since I'm a little ornery today, especially since I had to watch fucking 87 hours of WWE programming. I'm gonna be very look. I could the show's in its infancy. We really even haven't. We've come a long way, but we even haven't really gotten rolling yet. And I'm gonna put this out there now, and I'm not a Jada Pinkett with her little peanut head, or her 200-pound cuck, where like I can say stuff but people can't say stuff to me. I get naked on camera for a living, and now I podcast. So clearly you can take shots at me, or you can get whatever. But I'm gonna warn you now, in that unlike Will, my balls have dropped, and I carry them around. They're in no woman's purse, especially one that looks like fucking Flip Wilson. If you want to say little comments to me or get cute when I'm chiming in on wrestling, that's all well and good. You better hope you catch me on the right day, because I give way better than I get. And calling me a mark or get mad, I don't like the WWE product. And to be honest with you, the only reason why I watch it or even entertain the acknowledgement of it is because I have a show that I think has great potential, and I have a great host that if I didn't like Kavanaugh so much, and I didn't think so highly of him, I wouldn't wipe my feet on a WWE doormat. So no, I'm not a mark for AEW. I like AEW better because they put out a better wrestling product, because I run a wrestling podcast and hopefully a wrestling YouTube channel eventually. Their product is not perfect, and I call them out plenty. The good news is that now the Ring of Honor is back, or going to be back, And since we run such a long show, and I'm not willing to shave off any other section of the show for the WWE, the amount of WWE talk that we do is going to become less to make room for Ring of Honor. So you're going to hear me shit on it less. So there's that. But let me enlighten everybody on something. WWE is not wrestling. It's basically like what Bud Light is to beer. And no, I am not a mark for any. If I had to say, if I was a mark for anything, it probably like old NWA Mid Atlantic, and there's a good reason for that. But if you think you're gonna come for me or get cute or get snippy with me, you're gonna. I hope you can take it, because I could definitely take it and give it back. And it doesn't mean I don't want you to listen to the show. It just means if you're going to go on my regular Twitter, where I'm Billy Pilgrim, the guy who fucks all the women that you wish you could fuck, or if I'm on the wrestling Twitter, you're welcome to call me out. I will be wrong. I will say dumb shit in the minute. That'll be totally wrong. It's happened before, and it's going to happen again. But if you want to get cute with me on Twitter, or you want to get cute with me on social media, you're gonna play a game called, did I catch them on the right day? And if you haven't, I'm gonna let your asses have it. And if you don't want to listen to the show, my ass would be, well, you don't have to close the door. I'm gonna tell you, like, I'm not gonna say don't let the door hit you on the way out, because I leave that door open on purpose so you all can fucking leave. All right. I ran out of fucks a long time ago. You know what? I don't even have, like, I have milk cartons in my house, and there's a picture of little kids, because I don't even remember what fucks look like. So I just throw on pictures of like little kids. Like, where's your, why is the kid from Home Improvement on your milk carton? Because I don't even know what a fuck looks like anymore. So I just threw that shit on
there. Hey, Brandon, welcome to the show.
You didn't tell me there was somebody on the damn thing.
Hey, look, when you rant and you go, I don't interrupt, because it is vintage, beautiful podcast rant. And now, with that being said, you know how we do this, so we can get into this. Hello and welcome to the Premium Smoke Room, and welcome to Pilgrim on Wrestling. I am your host, Kevin R. Southern Champ, and here we talk wrestling punditry. Whether it's new school, old school, it doesn't matter. It's all the same. And I'm here to introduce the host, the man with the most, the man that gives the dick to chicks and don't give a shit about your opinions or your clicks. I'm talking about Billy Pilgrim.
Yeah, I'm the white host with the tire tracks on his face, because Kavanaugh loves to throw my ass under the bus. No, I care about your opinions. Like I said, I'm not always right, and I do love a good debate. But if you're gonna get butthurt because I insult the evil empire, that's all well and good. But just know, if you're gonna come cute, I'm gonna get.
We will come for your head.
Oh, I'm gonna come at you like that fat chick with braces on the high school prom, come bear down on you the backseat of a Buick, because and then you're gonna be made a man that night. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, most definitely. And today, people subscribe. Well, not even subscribers, because this is free. Everyone gets to hear it. We have with us Mr. Gerald.
Yes, sir.
And tell everybody who you are, tell them where you're from. And he's also one of the guys that run one of the radio stations that we are so happy to be on. Go ahead, sir.
So much pressure now. Well, first
he
of all,
does that.
What happened? Oh yeah. Yeah. So, like you said, my name is Gerald Roberts. I'm in Queens, New York. I'm one half of SGP Radio. I'm also the founder and creator, and I guess the content manager for the Brandon Gerald Productions app, named after my company that I have, legally registered, LLC, Brandon Gerald Productions LLC. Yeah, that's pretty much it, really. I'm glad to be. I'm just glad to be on. Like I'm trying to build my own little community within the wrestling world, and so just a little start. And only that, I think you're a very cool dude. We have a lot in common, and we have a lot of people in common, and a lot of networks in common. So and finally we meet not face to face, but I guess person to person.
Oh, most definitely, and nothing better than to talk about professional wrestling. And yeah, that's basically what this is about today. So our normal format we're not doing today, because it's about the greatest wrestling weekend ever. Because as a wrestling fan, I'm sorry, you had to enjoy this weekend to a certain extent. Whether you like WWE, Ring of Honor, whatever your boat might float.
There was too much wrestling on. I'm sorry.
Yes, man, from SmackDown to Rampage to Ring of Honor to Stand and Deliver to the WrestleManias. And then even to the independents, which I didn't even pay attention to that to a certain extent. So
that's become a phenomenon in recent years, and I know, and I love it for two reasons. One, it becomes like a little wrestling palooza, wherever. Like next year, it's going to be in Hollywood, so there's going to be. I'm gonna attempt to, hopefully by then my foot is in the door mainstream. I'm gonna hope to attempt to book stuff in LA so I can be there adjacent, like make it a tax write-off. But it's becomes a little wrestling palooza where Ring of Honor, other companies, wrestlers, events, all kind of circle around WrestleMania and siphon off some of that money. So it's indirectly, because WWE, if they had their way, would not allow it. If they could not allow it, to give back to the wrestling community, which they take from and don't really give back to. But also, it's become a cool thing where, again, wrestlers get to get a little bit of money, and wrestling fans can congregate. But and that's the other thing too. It's like, if you're gonna fly, a lot of people do. This is like a big thing. Like, people do come from around the world and whatnot, and not everybody is created equally with the money they come. So they may come to like a day of WrestleMania, or they might come to whatever, but they can see other wrestling shows and meet a lot of people, do a lot of things, and maybe not actually have the tickets to WrestleMania, but it still kind of works out because you get to see a lot of everything. So I think it's a good thing, and it upsets Vince McMahon. So it's like it's
even better.
It helps the wrestling, business. A lot of companies, they I'm pretty sure a lot of wrestling companies that aren't Ring of Honor or MLW or whatever get that nice 6-month push from the money. Plus, wrestlers get to hawk their wares and be social and everything else. So I think it's great for the fans. It's great for the pro wrestling community, the sport. And it's a sport here on Pilgrim with wrestling and Pro Wrestling Smoke, and and again it annoys the WWE, which also is a bonus. It's like your ex seeing you with somebody hotter.
Hey Billy, real quick, what's your Twitter?
It's all lowercase, Billy Pilgrim XXX. I was very lucky I was able to get that because I'm slow with the social media as far as signing up for platforms. I kind of only do it as I get more popular. I have an Instagram that is new, and I finally got popular enough that I kind of had to have one.
I got it right here.
And the funny thing is, there's a lot of great. And female talents are probably the worst at this. There's a lot of great female talent out there, and I appreciate every one of them, even the ones that I'll probably never work with. But they have these Twitter handles, and they're like, "Do you follow me?" And I'm like, "I don't know." And then I'll look them up. I'm like, "No, I didn't follow you because I don't have the Da Vinci Code to figure out your Twitter handle. Like, I don't understand how the fuck anybody finds your ass with." Because mine, for me, it's like, look, my name is taken from a literary character, so I put the XXX on there so people know that you're going to see me and not the character from the book, which is a very popular book. But these girls, they have these weird stage names, and then they'll have an even weirder Twitter handle. I'm like, you know what, sweetheart? If you like a challenge, go ahead. I'm amazed anybody finds you. I want people to be able to type it in and find me, because the internet is.
But see, that's the way you're supposed to do it, even with your name or even with your brand. That should be easy to find, especially if you got a name that's Googleable. Meaning that everybody don't have it.
It's one of those things. I was a grumpy old man when I was like 15. So it's one of those things where if I don't get something or I don't like something, I'll voice it, but I'll also try to throw in there or leave like room and let it be known that there's a percentage of I probably wasn't going to get it anyway if I was in the proper age group. I didn't get shit when I was in the proper age group when I was young. So it's like, if you're going to call yourself like Willow Cush Sinclair and then have some kind of weird ass, or call yourself like, throat, squeeze, and that's going to be your stage name, and then you're going to call yourself like the Pepsi Plunge 37 on Twitter, and somehow that all interconnects with the youngins, then look, don't listen to me. Do if it's paying your bills, don't listen to a damn thing I'm saying. But I just I try to be as plain and easy to find as possible on social media.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You can see, Brandon, we talk about it all here, not just wrestling.
I know all too well. That's why when we send this up, I had to have Billy on the show because I just
I appreciate it. It's not too many people that are dying to meet me. And again, you can probably see why.
Shit, yeah. The way I look at it is that, to me, it's what's missing in this world is independent thought and being able to give your opinion. And people take it on surface what it is. It's an opinion. It's just how you feel, period. And to me, that's what podcasting does. It allows us to speak our minds, and we ain't got to sit here and worry about motherfuckers being so offended or upset. Who gives a shit? Because at the end of the day, that's what we get paid to do. That's how we make our money, is giving our opinions. And whether you like it or not, that's on you. If you don't like it, guess what? You ain't got to listen.
Yeah, and I've said this. I've said this on my Twitter, on my Instagram, and I'll say it on any other future. If I ever have a TikTok or anything, I'll say it on here. Anything I'm involved in is a safe space. So black, white, Asian, male, female, trans, whatever your non-binary, so on and so forth, whatever your thing is, if you like interesting conversations, if you like wrestling or whatever, you are welcome here. There is no, punching down. There is no anything. Everybody's welcomed here, and I will not tolerate any form of any kind of racism, sexism, whatever bullshit. But if you're an asshole, or if I think your opinion is shit, or if you're doing whatever, just because you are trans or black or are a female or whatever, does not automatically mean you're off limits. It's like, no, that's you're equal. I don't even see the fact that you're this thing. We're having a conversation about this. So, it's an all encompassing safe place where you may not like some of the stuff that's being said, but it's being said because it's counteracting your opinion. You're not being taken to task for what you are. You're being, taken to task for who you are in the moment of the conversation. It's you're allowed to disagree or say fuck you or, whatever, but it's a safe, open, respectful place. But we don't pull punches. A trans kid, going to school at 10 years old is 100 times tougher than I'll ever be. And I've been in some serious bar fights and some life or death situations, and a trans kid 10 years old in Wyoming is 100 times tougher than I'll ever be in life. So that kid can take a joke. He could take a phrase or a comment that maybe he or she does not like, and come back and give his 2 cents and be heard. And that's the point of the show, along with wrestling, because wrestling is like a common man form of entertainment. It is blue collar, and regardless if you grew up blue collar or working class, doesn't matter what you are in your descriptors for the census, you are blue collar working class. So just like in the South, if you're a Southerner, you're part of the family. I don't care. I mean, I'll hold it against you that you're from Alabama, but I won't hold it against you that you're trans or black or whatever. I'll hold it against you.
What's up with Alabama?
Oh no, I just like to poke at fun in Alabama. That's what we do.
I'll rip on Alabama. He's a Georgia Bulldog. He's a Georgia Bulldog.
North Carolina. North Carolina's that weird cousin where they don't really have football; they have basketball. So we don't bring up it's like that thing on the head. Like, don't point at the thing on his head. What is it? It's basketball. Just act like you. When they say 3-pointer, just act like you know what they're talking about. It's like, okay, yeah, no, yeah, no, oh no. Duke's got a chance this year. Sure. They can win the championship. Sure. So in the South, we like to make fun and poke fun. But it's all it's that brother sister thing. Like, we can poke fun at Alabama. When somebody from somebody place else does it, it's like, why don't you take a step back? But yeah, it's just that thing of like, their family, they're ours, and it's, all is welcome at the table.
Quick question: you're both from South Carolina, or?
I'm from Georgia. He is from North Carolina.
Yes.
Yo,
Tar Heels.
my
Go to Tar
dumbass.
Heels.
I kept so when I plugged you, right, I kept tagging South Carolina.
Well, shit. Well, either way, it's south of the Mason-Dixon line, so I'll take it because shit. Hell, I love the Geechees. I love the Geechees. Shouts out to Charleston, South Carolina.
Oh,
Thing.
here's
But,
an interesting thing that a lot of people, and I've had this argument. This is one thing I won't budge on. For those of you who've never been to the South or don't really understand what the South is below the Mason-Dixon. It's 11 states, and it does not include Oklahoma, Texas, or Florida.
No.
Now, when you hear somebody from Florida, Texas, Oklahoma, whatever, talk about like, oh, just that Southern charm or that proper Southern manners, that's them just saying a phrase that sounds cute. They're not Southern. People from Texas are not Southern. People from Oklahoma are not Southern. People from Florida are definitely not Southern. They are Southeast or Southwest, but they are not Southern. Kavanaugh and I are Southerners, and good or bad, and there's good and bad with that. There is a lot of good and bad with that. But it's like, look, Florida has their own crazy shit, and that is theirs. Texas definitely has their own crazy shit. And I'm going to tap into some of the stuff I saw just as a commentary on Texas in this show. And that is Texas. And Texas is Texas. And Florida is Florida. And it's nuts. It's a thing I will not allow it to pass. When people go, oh, you may not like Texas, but it's part of the South. I'm like, no, motherfucker. Okay, I can already tell you failed geography in high school. It's not part of the South. Texas is Texas. West Virginia, South Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia.
That's kind of like the what you call it? That's kind of like the what's the Caribbean, like Haiti and Guyana. We're not technically like part of that same region, but we claim it.
Oh yeah,
Guyana's South America, and Haiti's like not kind of like more like off the coast. But like again, we claim the West Indies, we claim the Caribbean.
The Dominican Republic and Haiti are basically on night and day when you cross that border. Yeah. So it's two different cultures. And that's the other thing. Within this, there's Southern culture as a whole, and then it's different every state. So when I love North Carolina as a state, I'd actually, if I could move tomorrow, I probably would move to North Carolina. There's several places there that I like, but the culture, the food is a little different there. And then you go down to Georgia, a little different. Tennessee, a little different. I love the state of Tennessee. I've been to Nashville a couple times. Love it. Alabama's a little different. Louisiana is definitely different and definitely has its own strong flavor. And even within a state, there's different types of Southern accents. So Southerners have this, like I said, it's like a bond where we're all part of the same culture, but then there's like, there's this teasing, kind of thing when it comes to like barbecue or how college are done, or if you do this or whatever, and it's done in good fun. Again, Georgia fan with Alabama fans. I actually like Alabama fans. Alabama fans are actually tolerable and easy to deal with, and it was exciting to finally beat Alabama to win the national championship. But in no way did any real Georgia fan talk too much shit. They were just happy for the win, and they know that Alabama is going to be right around that corner, and there's a level of respect. But yeah, Alabama, or the South, is a very unique place and far from perfect. But I would like to say though to all the racists out there that the reason why you have Biden as a president is because of Georgia. Mm-hmm. We did it. We did it, and one of ours, Stacey Abrams, pretty much helped make that happen. And she's running for governor again. And to be honest with you, it'd be a very smart thing to just let her have the governorship, because she saw what happened the last time you fucked with her. So, so any racists or any Trumpers out there that might be listening to this, you can swing by the state of Georgia and say thanks, because we're the reason why. Because we're the one southern state that went blue, and we won it for the evil, open-minded queer liberals out there. So
that was a good look. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
It was a point of pride. People were dancing in the streets, literally in Georgia. That we were all very, very happy with that. And like I said, Stacey Abrams is running for governor, now, and they fucked her the last time. And basically, she did what a black woman does when you piss her off. She got mad, it got even, and essentially not only helped put Biden there, but essentially became like she took like the fucking authority of like Oprah and the fucking presence of Maya Angelou and the fucking just the I don't even know, like she just took the power of like every black woman and just came in and just turned the entire state of Georgia blue, like pretty much almost single-handedly. And it was a great, I mean, I've never been more attracted to a woman in all my living days. And she's running for governor again, and I think she's gonna win it this time. And I was joking the other day to the Republican Party, if they have a brain in their heads, which they're gonna want to just let her have it, because if you fuck her again, I honestly think next election the entire South and like Texas will go blue. She'll be the one woman to turn Texas blue. You do not want to piss this woman off anymore. Don't make her run for president, because if you don't like Kamala Harris, like, trust me, you'll definitely will not like Stacey.
Yes.
But that's sorry, I didn't mean to get off on a political thing there. But
oh no, it's all good. Can we talk about it all here? So, but speaking about politically speaking, now it's time to get to this pro wrestling smoke. And like I said, unfortunately for you fans, we're not going to get to do the Gordon Soley Poetry Corner this week. That will be returning next week. So trust me.
Is that my fault? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, because trust me, we have a lot to get into, because I didn't want this to turn into a 4-hour podcast.
Oh yeah, no, it's not. It's not your fault.
A lot that happened this weekend. Go ahead.
Yeah, we tend to go. That's why I said at the beginning of the show, before I knew you were on here, that and it dawned on me this weekend that Kavanaugh and I, it's been a busy couple of weeks for both of us. Kavanaugh is basically doing all the podcasting now in the world, and I've had a busy few weeks. We need to sit down and have a meeting, because the thing that's probably going to have to get shortened down is WWE stuff when Ring of Honor gets up in full swing, because now we're going to have 3 brands. And we need to, and then we do a thing with the old school, and then and the opening bit here, it depends. There are times where we get right to it, and there's times where like this, where we kind of get off on a tangent.
Yeah. So, but that's a bit, but that's how I always treat my podcast. Is I let them make itself, because the longer you do it, you start to get the flow and how the podcast.
I don't believe in having like a format or a script. Just let it be natural, the flow.
Yeah, because to me, it's kind of like for example, when he go on his rants or my rants, first of all, they're funny as shit. I'm sorry, it's just comical, and and two, also it gives the viewer an understanding of where the opinion is coming from. So you got to hear the full rant to get, okay, this is why he said this. This is the reason why he doesn't like the Dark Order. And this is the reason why I may not feel too highly on Tony D'Angelo.
And it's funny because
shit.
Your boy is on.
I get triggered by Tony D'Angelo.
Well, actually, it's funny you said that, because I had stuff come up this weekend, and then I met, and again, there was like all the wrestling in the world to watch, and I'm now in my little wrestling studio. I always have wrestling playing in the background on the TV on silent, and right now, as you speak, Tommaso Ciampa is making his entrance to fight Captain Sweatpants, or Johnny Sweatpants, and
I'm sorry. Which brings us to the first fucking pay-per-view of the
I knew. Oh, I
missed No One Will Survive. I missed that.
Oh my God. Well, since we now on Stand Deliver. Okay, one, I get Tommaso Ciampa is going to the main roster. That's obvious by the way that the match ended, Triple H coming out in the whole 9.
Bad idea.
But actually very bad idea. Because he's one of the best fucking things on NXT to begin with. I have never been high on Tony D'Angelo. I don't know why everyone and their mama is high on this dude.
Who's high on him?
I'm wrestling. talking about him and everyone like, yeah, Tony D'Angelo, I love him. No, he's garbage. He's Green Acres. He is. Look, Jade Cargill is a better wrestler with 2 matches under her belt. When she had 2 matches on her belt, than this motherfucker. Okay,
Jesus, such umbrage.
Well, his gimmick, he's obviously a guy young. He has like a weird hipster haircut that he obviously models into something that was supposed to look Italian. He's doing the outdated, and I've known guys, ironically, like Tony Angelo, and they would find this offensive. And he's
they want to slap the shit out of him.
His gear looks like shit. His body looks like shit. He has no real.
And had the nerve to have a ponytail. I've never known a mafia dude with a fucking ponytail, people.
No.
Tony Soprano didn't have a man bun.
No. And and again, you need different body types in wrestling, but the fact that if he didn't wear the pseudo wife beater, it wouldn't be as transparent that this guy is a big dude, but clearly does not. He goes to the gym, but basically that has no sense of like kind of conditioning or working out. Like there's nothing about him that's special. And again, obviously does not believe in the gimmick because he is not, Terry Taylor sold the Red Rooster better than this guy is with the, and also
he sold his shit better than what the fuck this dude is selling his shit.
And I don't know why they picked him to be the guy that, I mean, none of these new NXT guys
to be Tommaso Ciampa's swan song, right?
Yes. Yeah, that would piss me off. I'm like, out of anyone, I would have, whether it been Carmelo Hayes, I would have rather it been Alpha Tasmo. I call him Alpha Tasmo. Fuck that Santa Bar shit. He's Alpha Tasmo. I could have saw Duke, whatever his name is, Duke with Hudson. I could see Duke Hudson being the car star. Yeah, I could have saw him if they had built him right, but not Tony D'Angelo. He is the below mid card dude. He's the dude that take the losses in the North American. He the one you feed the champions to for losses.
He looks like the Brooklyn Brawler. No disrespect to him. Like, he looks like a jobber.
It might be his son. I'm being honest with you.
Hey. Look, I'm not gonna sit here and let you insult the good goddamn name of the Brooklyn Brawler. The Brooklyn Brawler.
Insulting him.
He sold that shit, and the Brooklyn Brawler was a way better worker.
Was the greatest jobber in history, baby.
No, that's the greatest South.
Well, yeah, of course I agree.
Between them two.
Go ahead. That Angelo looks like a jobber. That's all I'm saying.
Oh shit! You just gave me a hell of an idea, Kevin, of a match I never knew I wanted to see. A loser wins match between Tony's Tony
D'Angelo.
No, Brooklyn Brawler and
George South got it. That would be hot.
Yeah, and the loser, basically, whoever wins loses. It's like the jobber.
What?
He went to greatest loser of all time title. God.
Yeah.
But like I said, but other than that, like I said, Stand and Live, I watched it. To me, the biggest shot, one with the title changes, the biggest shot of a title change that didn't happen was Braun Breaker. Now, I was totally floored, that got lost throughout the weekend, that Dolph Ziggler retained the NXT title.
Well, because I think they're going to rush his ass up to the main roster like everybody knew they would.
Oh, God.
Can we call him Steiner now? Because they.
I'm saying it's obvious he's a Steiner.
Well, that's everybody like the same thing with Gunther. Everybody, the WWE does what they want, but like they just assume people are going to go with it. And the other thing with D'Angelo, real quick, is that look, not everybody's going to have like Tommaso Ciampa body. Like I work out like a madman. I've been I started a new diet to kind of lean up a little bit and everything, but even you're not going to have the same genetics. But when you take a guy that doesn't have the perfect 6-pack body or whatever, and you put him in clothes, you gotta. It makes them look worse. So you take a D'Angelo, you take that guy that's supposedly, I don't know his name. He's crazy, but he dressed like a waiter from the Olive Garden, and he's supposed to be.
Indy Hartwell's husband.
Yeah, I don't know. Like he wears black, like a button down shirt with a collar, and he supposedly he's. Ooh.
Dexter Loomis.
Loomis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, not Dexter Loomis. No, I call him Johnny Rough Trade. No, the Tom of Finland wrestler. No, no. He has like I forget. His gimmick was he's nutty, and he had like a henchman with him, and they're both dressed in all black with in a button down shirt. And again, nothing wrong with these guys. I'd never even really seen them wrestle, so I'm not even critiquing their wrestling ability. But you have them dressed in these baggy clothes because you're deliberately covering their body, and it does take a certain type of wrestler to pull off a T-shirt like a Mick Foley, a Kevin Owens. But look, the guy does not have to have a perfect body. You just need to get the gear to make him look good. Like Otis with the new gear looks great, and he looks like a killer. But he's shaped like an egg. It's nothing wrong with it. The dude's a collegiate Greco-Roman superstar, and he's like a great wrestler, and he's got charisma. He's just shaped like an egg. You can't have everybody,
But so to me, it's not even the body when it comes to D'Angelo. It's just the gimmick don't fit him.
But also because
one don't look Italian. He looked like a damn baby Rusev. He looked like a baby Rusev.
Yeah, actually, yeah, like a mini Rusev. Yeah.
To me, I can't see him as no fucking Italian. I can see him as a Russian. I can see him as like a Rusev type character, period. But not as a Goomba. No, that's no. It doesn't. No.
He just doesn't. He doesn't have the personality. He doesn't pull it off. It doesn't work on any level. And like I said, his ring work isn't good enough to, because sometimes the ring work, like when Austin got the ringmaster, sometimes the ring work will surpass the gimmick and save wrestler. But again, the way WWE is going, they just, they don't listen to the fans. They're just going to give you what they think, you want, or whatever the kids supposedly, like and everything. And just the stuff doesn't make sense. But I think they're going to push Braun to the main roster. I think part of that whole thing, that's why they gave the Steiners the Hall of Fame,
Yeah. So, now you mentioned Gunther, aka Walter. He had his match against LA Knight. Of course, he beat him. Which also went down with the North American ladder match, which was a pretty decent match. Where, of course, to the moon, North Carolina owned. I'm talking about Trevor Lee, aka Cameron Grimes. He becomes a North American heavyweight champion. I'm pretty sure that Gunther has to be the next guy in line to get the belt off of Dolph Ziggler.
You think it'll be Walter versus Ziggler?
I think so. If not, it has to be Carmelo Hayes, because you had Carmelo Hayes lose the title and you saved him and protected him by him losing it in a ladder match. Because I was kind of surprised that he lost. So I said, okay, if he lost, that means he got to be next up for the title, because they've been high on Carmelo Hayes, period. Even though his gimmick, I'm not too keen on either, because they make him seem like he's the fourth, and your boy Trick is the fifth Migos, and which I digress on that. Yeah, the way No, I like them, but I think they're trying to make them too hip hopish, too culturish. You get what I'm coming from? Because it's kind of, especially with Trick. Now, Melo, okay, I can see Melo with the personality that he has. But with Trick, it's kind of like you really trying to overdo it, trying to get.
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. Like so Melo, right? Like he definitely comes off as like a guy in real life. Like he talks that's like how a guy like him would talk like in real life, as opposed to like the poker shark style poker shark, and the gangster's not a gangster, right? But you said how what's him his buddy? Trick, right?
Trick, yeah.
I mean, yeah, he is kind of like outlandish extra, but people act like that in real life. People,
Mm-hmm.
he's like his hype man. His boy that hypes him up.
It felt like they replaced
I
the
believe
hit.
it.
It feel like they replaced the hit squad with them. You get what I'm saying? It's like, okay, since we moved them to the main roster at the time when they moved to the main roster, because that one I noticed the change with Carmelo is that when they moved up the hit squad to the main roster, that's when he started to get on his culture tip. You feel what I'm saying? Which
Nope.
I like the extra confidence. I mean, to me, Carmelo is behind Braun Breaker, the number 2 guy on their roster.
Oh, by far, definitely. Like,
Yeah.
who's number 3? Like, I can't even tell.
Gunther.
Oh,
I don't see. I can't see anybody else other than.
I forgot about Gunther.
Yeah, and then number 4.
Number 4. Who be on 4 on the totem pole?
I have to go with Cameron Grimes.
And even that's distant compared to Gunther.
Yeah, but Gunther is he has to be if he's not the next one to get the belt, he's the next behind the next. Because to me, they toned him down a lot in NXT 2.0 compared to what I saw at NXT UK. And on top of that,
I hate that name.
I'm sorry.
It sounds like you named a monkey that. Like a talking
It's
monkey.
Gunther. I can't go with that.
I can't. I hate that name. Like when people say it, like I get annoyed. Like Walter sounds badass. My name is Walter. Like
I mean, that was his name, Walter. Whether you say Walter or Walter, you know what I'm saying? Gunther just don't appeal to me.
Sounds mad goofy. Like it's not. This is past the name test.
Billy does the best with the Gunther voice.
Yeah, I don't know. What Kavanaugh? Why don't you come sit on me on my little couch and tell me why you don't like my name? But it's Gunther. It rolls off your say it to me. Like I smack you with the little spoon, and then we yodel at each other. I bend over, and you yodel at me, and then I yodel at you, and then and then maybe we wrestle a little bit, and next thing you know, Vicula.
He sound like he Dutch and German at the same time.
Well, because there's 2 types. If you really look at it, if you're gonna go stereotype, there's 2 types of German accents. There's the very Nazi-esque, angry, like "Eint," and then we shall go in, and she will win the Monday Night Wars and hoot. And then
by the way,
kind of leather boy, like, oh yes, we're gonna go in there. We're going to win the Monday Night Wars, and then it's gonna be because it's Hump Day, and then we'll have fun.
Yeah.
By the way, they gave him a German name, but isn't like he Austrian, which is not German.
Austrian, yeah.
Well, they gave him a Nazi name. Technically, they gave him an actual Nazi name.
The reason why I brought that up is because they also had a guy long ago named Funaki who they made Kung Funaki. And I'm like, Funaki's Japanese and Kung Fu is Chinese. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But see, it's like this. Let's just keep it 100. A lot of these wrestling promoters, the youngest wrestling promoter right now is Tony Khan. He's the only one that might get it. The rest of them is old farts like that Vince McMahon, where they still see the stereotypes. Because
it's not about stereotypes. Like I don't want to say racism. But it's like ignorance about it. Like NXT UK, for example, right? They have so many countries represented, but most of them are not even from the UK. They're all from Europe, which we call NXT Europe. That's my point.
Honestly, we're not exactly a bright country. Like people don't understand that. Like there's Austria and Germany. They speak the same language. There's I mean, there's several countries there's several different like Brussels. There's these different countries, but they speak the same language, and there's like a lot of deep history in Europe, and borders divided and everything. And at one point or another, they all were kind of in the same country and what have you. It's just. But at the same time, and they did it with a Japanese wrestler years ago. I wasn't really watching that closely, but he was a big deal in Japan. Won the Young Lions tournament, and they had him and his wife come in. Were to give him a big push, and they named him after the Japanese emperor, who was not a good guy, and they actually had to step up and go, no, you can't, no, that's like a big no, you can't have it. Like I think, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to say there is some racism when it comes to WWE because
you think so?
You
I low-key thought so too, but I didn't want to
What they keep pulling. Okay, of all the German names, you're gonna pull out a Nazi name for Walter. Of all the Japanese names, you're gonna pull out a Japanese name of like a I forget if it was an imperial emperor or if it was like a really high level general or colonel, and it's like you are the WWE, and these people should have enough concept to pick a name that does not have any kind of weird history to it, because you could still kind of get away with something like the foreign menace that's always going to kind of be, you just got to find the wrestler that's willing to take the heat. But the one thing I don't, millennial hipster wrestling fans annoy me because they will shit talk wrestling while claiming to be a wrestling fan. And like Kamala is a perfect example. They'll use Kamala as, oh, that's such a racist. I'm like, Sugar Bear Harris wasn't making 3 nickels in wrestling, and then Jerry Lawler came up with the idea and gave it to Kamala, and Kamala went around the world for 2 decades doing Kamala of his own free will, and and basically it was a gimmick, and that was the thing. I find the Carmelo Hayes, the Walter, the stuff that they're doing now with like D'Angelo and everything else, way more racist than a junkyard dog wearing a dog collar or Kamala.
See, that was the thing I was saying, is that Junkyard Dog, he didn't play to the black public. He didn't play to the stereotype. That was him. You get what I'm coming from? Tony Atlas, that was him. Even with Booker T, that was Booker T. You feel what I'm saying? With them, they purposely play to, even with the vignettes. You got the dude sitting in the barbershop. You feel me? That's culture shit. That shit that they because everything they're trying to do is more like he's trying to bring the old school ethnic WWF type feel to NXT 2.0.
Yeah, he's trying to make it 1992 again.
Yeah, so it's kind of like instead of you just giving them good gimmicks or here's a thought, just let them be their goddamn self. Go ahead.
But here's the thing: when it comes, I hear your point, but when it comes to specifically Carmelo and Trick, like I don't really have a problem because that's how like people like that's how people like them. That's how I believe that's how he is in real life, and it's not like it's like some kind of like what's it called, like some kind of like stereotype, like I eat watermelon or something.
Cry Time would probably be a better example.
Yeah, like Carmelo, he's at the barbershop. He's like he's swagged out with glasses, talking shit. He's confident. So to me, it's a positive.
I mean, don't get it twisted.
But he's the exception.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying. But to me, it's like this. He's making the gimmick work because he's making the gimmick him. You feel me?
Well, that's what you should. If you're going to go to anybody of any ethnicity and go, look, they want you to be a Japanese villain. They want you to be a Spaniard villain, like Spaniard, like when Alberto Del Rio was doing he was like the Spanish, aristocrat or whatever. Like in Mexico, there's a very subtle thing there between Spaniards and Mexicans, and there's a thing you could play on. And essentially, if I was going to walk up to 2 black guys, they're like, look, you're going to be our new top tag team, but they want you to be really hip and cool. And this is the edict I was told from up top. They want you to be hip, they want you to be cool, and they want you to be kind of anti-establishment. So you guys take the week and put together something that you know, because you guys know this shit better than me. Come back and bring me something and show me what you put together with these bullet points, and then we'll kind of fine tune it. But you guys are going to be leading the charge as far as like the slang, the outfits, the everything. So that way, okay, we're doing something clearly a little stereotypic, but at the same time, we're giving the people who would know best don't let like Bruce Pritchard sit there and go, well, this is how black people act, or this is what a Japanese, whatever would do, and so on. because it's like, well, you have no frame of reference, and you don't even have the sense of self to realize you don't have the frame of reference, and just go, look, this is what the big boss wants. Take a week, go home, come back, and bring me something within this realm so that we can sell it to them. And let's keep you in the driver's seat as much as we can. Otherwise, they're going to have you out there like Crime Time, with the grills and the Timberlands, and whatever.
Yeah. So, no, go ahead.
No, actually, I do want to touch on this because I don't know if we're going to talk about the Hall of Fame or not. The continued disrespect of Vader, the WWE could go fuck themselves for that. Couldn't even get somebody, couldn't even hire Mick Foley or somebody to induct him. They just had his family come out, so they could eat their dick on that one. But no one said anything because I looked. They really need to stop with the Ultimate Warrior Award because you're giving a supposed humanitarian award named after a white supremacist and a known homophobic, and you gave it. Oh, and his very, Loris Leachman skeleton-looking wife, who's also probably the one that worse as far as the homophobia and the racism. Give this supposed humanitarian award to a black child, and no one's pointing out the fact that, you realize this guy was a right-wing whack job up until his dying day, until he said, I'm sorry, and then dropped dead. And his wife, who for some reason still works there, was probably the catalyst to turning him into a homophobic white supremacist. And you're named an award and you keep giving it. And the best part about it is every year it's like a black person you're giving it to. Do you not see the horrible, horrible irony of well, this guy probably would have spat in your eye if he were still alive. Here you go. Thank you for being an inspiration. And it's some spectacular WWE bullshit. And it's that kid's going to grow up one day and really kind of get a sense of the world and look that thing on his mantle and go, ain't that some bullshit? These motherfuckers gave me might as well just have a little hood on the goddamn thing. And, I just couldn't believe it. I was just stood there in shock. I'm like, you really, I know they love their revisionist history in the WWE. It's what they pride themselves on. But it's you really, you can kind of slowly, quietly bow out of this thing. You keep giving this to minorities, and it's it's not okay. The award is not the thing that it supposedly stands for. It's basically just a big PR thing for the WWE to show, oh, look at us, we care about people, sort of. So that was my 2 cents on that, because I have not seen anything on Twitter. For everybody that loves to call out every single little offense in the world, no one seems to really be hitting home on this, and that the Ultimate Warrior was a horrible person, never cared about wrestling, didn't appreciate a goddamn thing, racist, homophobic, and then they made it an award. It's what next? Strom Thurmond is gonna get a fucking, like a basketball rookie of the year award to give to new NBA players or something but that's just every year with that fucking thing.
So with that being said, let's finish up this NXT. Like I said, because we know Braun is probably going up. He's going up to the main roster. That's the only why I even was surprised that he even took that loss. Of course, the women's title did not change hands. Mandy Rose, which I am happy for that, because I feel she can keep the belt much longer.
I like how the two main roster people, Dolph and Mandy, right, who came from up north, kept their titles. That was interesting.
Well, everybody's so green, and they've changed everything so suddenly that you need, at the very minimum, you have to have somebody that can make these people. And maybe Mandy has that talent. I haven't watched a lot of her matches, but Dolph definitely has the ability to carry somebody. I think part of the reason why they're pushing Braun or Steiner, because after the final match last night, it's okay. Now he has both belts, but who is he gonna? I'm sure they're gonna feed him Cody at some point. Then that'll be the beginning of the end for Cody. They'll give him enough of a push to feed him to Roman at some point. But I'm gonna say SummerSlam. But Roman's on this amazing hot streak. He's literally the only good thing WWE has going. But you have nobody to feed him because you bury people quicker than an Undertaker with obsession compulsive disorder. And and Braun and Rhodes are, if you can avoid fucking up either one, which is all you do is just give them wins and make them not look like an idiot. Even then, the way WWE works, you got, if you're going to feed him both of those guys, you got until November, because again, the WWE doesn't understand long-term booking at all. So
that's why Braun should have won the belt. That's why that's why I'm not really like a fan of them bringing people, especially Dolph and Man, who are like, let's be honest, like Dolph, like, I mean, he's good and everything, but he's like at this point he's a prelim guy, and so the prelim guy is your champion, and no one can beat him. that to me is like bad message. And we're talking about.
I totally agree with that.
What?
No, I totally agree with that, because it's like, to me, you basically saying that we ain't got nobody good enough on the roster to carry this roster, so we had to go grab the guy who we have nothing for.
And not only that, it's also like the same thing as the more primal version of NXT back in 2012 and 2013, which is a bunch of like developmental guys, and then like the main roster would come down and like beat them in a match. You know, saying that like no, these are the main roster guys. These are real guys, and you guys are just underneath geeks.
Yeah, because to me now, Mandy, I can understand with Mandy because she repeated herself, so that's why she made it work. I mean, it's funny that she changed her hair and her personality. You know, period. That she's not the which to me she makes a great heel than she ever did a face. So I can see why she went back down, because they did a repackaging of her completely. You know, and it worked out for her. With Dolph, there's no repackaging. It's still just Dolph. So it's kind of like,
I like. Sorry to cut you off, but just real quick, I just thought of it. I like how 2 years ago she beat Sonya Deville in a match where Sonya can't come to SmackDown, but meanwhile she runs SmackDown, and the person who won that match is in NXT, has been relegated to NXT.
Dramatic irony.
Well,
but yeah, you're saying
to give Brandon his due, the fact that you would have had Braun win the title and stick around a minute knows you understand the fundamentals of wrestling booking, and you understand the concept of building a guy. But if Dolph is viewed as a preliminary guy, that is not Dolph's fault. It's the fault of the WWE for book, because again, they don't know how to book. As far as in-ring skill and having Rude by his side, he could be that champion that can basically, he's basically playing drill sergeant to a camp of like newbies. So I think he could fit the role. Any damage to his luster is not his fault. This is a guy that, like Cardona, is no ab is out of place. That tan is perfect. This guy can sit at home for 6 months, come back, and all of a sudden now he's number one contender for the world title, and he can have great matches. And this is a guy, because again, doesn't know their head from their ass. Mandy, I think, is getting a chance to shine, and her gimmick is, I now have brown hair, and that's again, it's like, oh, she's brown hair, so obviously, and it's the WWE's way of, they think this is what they think of their fans. It's like, this is basically, now she has brown hair, now she's like an ass kicker, and now we're gonna bring, Dolph down here so he can maybe, fast track some more talent. Because again, I was looking at it all last night. I will say about WrestleMania, it's not as horrific as I thought it was going to be, but that is basically because they set the bar so low that it was like, oh well, it was only a raping and a beating. It wasn't a double fisting, a raping and a beating. So that was rather pleasant. There was no sense of, and maybe it's because it's too big of an area. Wrestling was never meant to be in that big of a stadium, but I didn't really get a sense of like, oh, this is so groundbreaking or whatever. But also nobody important. You buried Lashley. You buried McIntyre. You're basically killing off the New Day. So Braun and now Rhodes. And again, Rhodes, and I think it's hilarious that everyone all of a sudden thinks that there was some kind of grand scheme for Vince to get Rhodes back. And that now he's back in the big leagues. I'm like, if this is your idea of the big leagues, I'm happy. Like, get me my bus ticket to AAA, and I'm gonna be happy to stay there. And yes, that is a double wrestling pun. But I will happily stick with AAA and stay in the minors. But Cody's going to be around long enough to get whatever ratings he can get. They'll feed him to Reigns first. Like I'm going to call it as SummerSlam. And then probably Braun, and they will probably feed him to Roman because I think they are banking on the fact that they can get The Rock for next year. And then if they do, yay, they'll get a big rating. But then, okay, well, then The Rock has to win because if he beats The Rock, well, then what?
Yeah.
You know.
So speaking about that, before we even get into WrestleMania, I want to get to me the match of the fucking weekend. And it won on WrestleMania.
Oh, yeah, no. Shocker.
Ring of Honor had their pay-per-view. Now, I'm not going to go through the whole Ring of Honor pay-per-view. I'm just going to talk about the overview and what have you.
It was a one-match card.
But that FTR
versus the
Briscoes was the match of the fucking year. Best tag team match I have seen in decades. And the match of the night. And I want more. I hope that Tony has signed them fuckers to a exclusive contract in Ring of Honor. Well, not exclusive, but at least a contract in Ring of Honor. Because I need to see the rematch. I'm sorry. That match was everything that I hoped it would be. And the one thing that we did get a clear cut is that we now got a little bit clearer picture of what Tony is planning to do with Ring of Honor. To a certain extent.
I messaged you. I messaged you and I said I gave it a B+. And the reason why I gave it a B+ is because it definitely did send a message, but it still left it unclear because you had basically all AEW guys win. You had all the titles change and everything, which is fine because I'm sure you probably have to renegotiate all these contracts. But it left a pit in my stomach in that FTR should definitely go to Ring of Honor because you wasted FTR up to this point. Now you have a chance. Yeah. And yes, you should sign the Briscoes. You should sign Grisham, which I believe that is already done because he won. You should sign Bandito. The guy that he was a pure wrestling champion. He needs to get new gear, but
Josh Woods.
All these guys, you need to sign them, and I understand that takes negotiation and time. The thing that I only reason why I give it a B+ is because it came very apparent, but also the idea that you're not going to have guys under contract is not a good idea. You need to have Ring of Honor, be Ring of Honor, and separate from AEW, and not have the Young Bucks come in and act like and do what they did in this one. I understand they were setting up for something, but it needs to be separate but equal. And they need to let Ring of Honor be Ring of Honor. Take some of the guys like Wheeler Yuta and all these other guys that you're not using as much, and put them there. Get the Briscoes and keep Grisham and make it different because it was a very different show. I liked it. I want it. And, the idea of like, you can't build anything when you have guys going by dates. You got to have guys under contract and you can't have just pop it up whenever people feel like it. You got to put restraints on people.
But go ahead, Brandy. What you about to say, Brandy? Go ahead.
But here's the thing about that. I agree with you, but can Tony Khan and or AEW afford that to do all that to hire?
Apparently they can. I'm not. And again, it's a thing of you keep signing wrestlers like they're going out of style. So you have a bunch of wrestlers that you don't need that are you're just letting their contracts run out, which is nice, but that's money you're spending not using somebody. You bought 2 wrestling companies and you're going to actively try and run both companies. And he's got to attempt to book both, which we'll see how long that lasts. But you do need the Briscoes. You do need Jonathan Grisham. You do need talent. And, get a TV deal probably can't afford. You have no choice.
That's the kicker. This the key to me. This the key to me. No, go ahead, Brandon. Now I'm about to speak. Go ahead, Brandon.
It's not a personal. It's not personal against Tony Khan, but I'm just making an observation. But it seems to me that Tony is acting like a kid who has like a toy collection.
Oh yeah.
But see, you got to understand this when it comes to Tony. Tony is not the territorial wrestling fan.
Yeah, it's like
he grew up. Yeah, he grew up during the Monday Night Wars. Actually, a little bit after, you want to be honest. And he grew up on the independents. He grew up on watching the Kenny Omegas and the Young Bucks and stuff of this nature. He gets how to book it for this day and age. You feel me? What he needs is a booker that knows how to put it together like a Jim Cornette, like the Eddie Grahams from our day. You feel what I'm coming from? That can make the storylines and utilize. If Eddie Graham had that roster, everybody would have something to do.
My fear is that it might be like he might end up like me when I had my first ever smartphone. I just kept downloading apps and like saving stuff to it, right? And then I realized sooner or later like I had to like delete some stuff because I couldn't like fit any more on it or like do it or function properly. Or some kid who got their first credit card and they go nuts and now they're in debt and like. Yeah.
Well, see, the thing of it is okay. One, he has a big roster. He can actually split that roster if he want to and put half of it on Ring of Honor and keep the rest with AEW. There you go. Because you already got motherfuckers under contract. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Who was talking?
No, it was me. It was me. Go ahead.
No, because the reason why I say that is you saw he had Moriarty on there. He has Moriarty on contract. The storyline now is Grissom and Samoa Joe with, of course, God damn it, my boy, Jay Lethal. Period. Yeah, because, Jay Lethal, they did an angle at the end where Jay Lethal attacked Grissom. And he walked away with both the belts. And Samoa Joe came out for the save and choked out Sanjay Dutt. So he already got it in place. What he has to do now is build the roster. He has enough of a roster that he can actually split that roster and put half on Ring of Honor. The only thing, and two, also, there have been talks about HBO Max. He hasn't gotten a TV contract, but to be honest with you, he doesn't need a TV contract because if he happens to get a streaming service deal, there you go. Because HBO Max will pay him for that Ring of Honor.
But doesn't does Ring of Honor already have like Ring of Honor TV? Like
that's Sinclair, and that's
Sinclair.
That show didn't do anything. The thing about the thing that made Ring of Honor desirable was it was a rare perfect storm of a brand with a lot of backlog content, but the brand just became irrelevant because of AEW and New Japan and NXT and everything. Yeah. But the brand wasn't damaged because Sinclair bought it and then did nothing with it. You can take now, you have all the backlogs, so now you have enough stuff to do a streaming channel.
Well, no, I was asking because they have the website, because that's why I watch Ring of Honor. Ring of Honor, what's it called? ROTV.com, whatever it's called.
But see, I think what's going to happen with that is that with Honor Club, it wasn't like they were making money with it. And what AEW will do is make a more valuable product for people to watch, because one of the problems is that AEW didn't have a home. And what I mean by that is, for example, if let's say New Japan has a regular home that you can watch in Japan. So the Japanese wrestling fans can watch them.
Yeah.
Now they got a home on Access that is a regular time slot.
Now, they have New Japan World on .com.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but I'm talking about now as far as TV. They're on Access, the same channel that Impact.
Yeah.
So now I'm
sorry to cut you off. Is that new stuff or like old stuff?
Right now, what they're doing, how New Japan work? What I never understood is they catch you up. And then they start showing new stuff when they catch you up. So like the first 2 to 3 months, they're catching you up each week of the old Japan stuff. So the American fans who wasn't watching New Japan is caught up on the regular product. So they went back all the way to when AJ Styles was there. So because that's how they did the first time when they was on Access. It was like 2 months of me catching old New Japan shit before they gave me the newest stuff. Period. But the thing of it is that New Japan, because now they're on Access, they have a home for you to watch. With Ring of Honor, they didn't have a home because you didn't know what time Ring of Honor was coming on half the time. It either came on, it might come on at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, depending upon where you live at. It might come on Saturday, it might come on Sunday. They treat it like a syndicated show more so than an actual live event. Period. So, and then on top of that, like I said, with some of the cats that he said it. He said he's going to treat it like a developmental product, but the problem is that Ring of Honor cachet is so strong, he's not going to be able to push it developmental because the fans ain't going to allow him to do it. So he's going to have to push it as a major brand, whether he likes it or not. He got the people to do it because, like I said, if you take some of the guys that he's not using, you throw them on Ring of Honor. There you go.
Well, here's the thing. It's not even... A roster does not need 87 wrestlers. The roster, I forget the magic number, but you need set amount of guys who are going to be your stars. Like, you already got an interesting world title thing going on with Grisham and Lethal and Joe and Moriarty, and there's going to be a whole thing there. You got FTR running your tag division. Suzuki, I don't know how long to be a TV champ. You got Wheeler Yuta, whatever, blah blah blah.
What's it called? The Great Eight. Jim Cornette once said something about that. How if you think how to roster.
Great 16th or something. I don't know what it's the great.
Great 16 is 6. He said the perfect roster has 16 because you have your singles and then the rest is made up with your tag teams. So you might have 8 single guys and then they say 4, maybe 6 tag teams. And the reason why for that roster, because one, you have your main event roster, which is probably 4 wrestlers that's vying for the world title at all times. You have your mid-card wrestlers, which is 4 guys that are vying for the mid-card title. And you can always mix and match with them. Then you have your tag team division. Now, if you add in women, then there's another, you might say, 6 to 8 other female wrestlers in that. Because the simple fact of that, one, you got to be able to have programs for everybody. And one of the things that I said that is missing in professional wrestling is that we used to have feuds that didn't involve the world title between single wrestlers. You had feuds between tag teams that didn't involve the tag team titles. They were feuding, whether it was to get a shot at the tag titles or they just had beef. Period. There's not enough feuds that's centered around the central feuds that they have. You feel what I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Because, for example, I asked anybody, name me a tag team feud that has nothing to do with the tag titles of AEW. You can't do it.
Yeah, and here's the thing, too, and this is going to be a thing where you're going to, and if I was a booker, I would definitely ruffle feathers and I would probably get the Oli Award. In that not every match needs to be this 15-minute back and forth. Sometimes an 8-minute match where the guy gets beat decisively is what's needed. And, again, don't stop giving screen time to the George Goulish gang. Stop giving screen time to hokey gimmicks or like hipster wrestlers like Janela or, you need to pick, who's your stars are ready for that position, and they need wins, and then they need to have an issue with somebody. And some guys, look, here's the deal. It's like in everything. You are going to be laying on your back for a while, and then eventually you're going to build up, and then you're going to become the guy going for the title. If you're not willing to lay around and get a nice paycheck and be on TV and gain experience and lay on your back, all right, well, then I'm going to do you a favor and I'm going to release you from your contract. This idea that everybody gets to be the star of the show or get to show, just because you could have a 20-minute match doesn't mean you are the person to have that 20-minute match. Unfortunately, not everybody can be equal.
You need people to feed your champions. You need people to feed to your champions. You need people to feed to your main eventers. And that's what they're there for, period.
And you can make a guy look good in 8 minutes enough to, but you don't have to just beat the guy to shit and piss in his mouth when you're done. But it's, AEW has a time management issue where they throw a lot of stuff out there. That's like, I don't need this. This is not necessary. I don't need to see this. AEW needs to kind of stop wasting time with certain acts. Also, again, more feuds. Like I called the Jay Lethal thing. That is a perfect thing to get Grisham over and this new era. I can't think of 2 better people to reestablish the world title. And now you added Joe, which I did not see coming. So now you got 3 guys a perfect story. Plus, you got supporting roles with Moriarty and Davari and some other guys you could probably stick in there that will get a rub and get pushed up. But now you're gonna make
Davari.
Lethal can fix his brand. Joe gets the last run, and now you got Grisham. And again,
you can say Moriarty. Jabari is not in the. Even though they should sign him too.
Well, he's a backstage guy, but clearly he's going to be like an evil manager, which and he looks great in that suit. So I think he could be a great little shit heel manager.
I'm sorry. It's me being confused. Talking about Davari from MLW. That Davari?
No, he meant to say Sanjay Dutt.
I'm sorry, Sanjay Dutt. Sorry.
Oh, okay, my fault. My bad. All right.
Well, he looked like he shaved his head and everything, so they kind of, they did. But because also those two guys, all those guys kind of do move around a lot. Like you do get a lot of they're people you should want backstage, but they always seem to get hired and then not so much get fired. I think just kind of they just tell them not to stop coming in, which is insane to me, but you have now this program in place to reestablish your world title, and you got and again, people kept going on about Grisham's height, and it's like, look, if you're obsessed with height, then frankly you're a touch simple, and you can just the adults are talking. Sit down, like oh, he's 5'4". Well, you know what? Your mother was 5'3", and she got the job done. So I don't know what to tell you. But just sit your ass down, let Grisham be the star champion that he's going to be, and thank us later for the tag titles. I would, again, it'd be really dumb, and it would show how ready he is not to be a booker if Tony Khan lets the Briscoes go to GCW or somewhere else and not continue this feud, because this could go on for a long ass time, and you can rebuild your tag division. Because they showed you what tag. And I think the Bucks, and this is just a theory, wheedled their way in at the end, because you had two tag teams that really showed you what tag wrestling was. And it was the match of the weekend, and it's already the match of the year. And I think that's what it's going to be. And it didn't involve the Young Bucks. And the Young Bucks have gotten very territorial when it comes to tag wrestling, that if anybody's going to shine, if you notice, if it's not them, they wheedle their way in somehow, some way.
Yeah, because I kind of was like, was that even needed?
No,
I mean, you could have did a segment in the back where the Young Bucks attacked FTR, and it wasn't in the middle of the ring. It was kind of like, I hated they took FTR moment.
Yeah,
and
this doesn't like help like negate Jim Cornette's conspiracy theory that they're jealous and they're like conspiring to keep them down.
Yeah, because even to me, when I look at it, is the Briscoes gonna get their motherfucking payback on them son of bitches? I mean, because I know because you set up basically a feud between the three teams, and if Tony Khan has any brains, soon as that match was over, I don't give a damn what the TNT guy said. They ain't got to be on AEW. Sign the Briscoes. Sign them, because that is money. Right there, you got a built-in tag team title feud between those three teams as we speak.
Yeah. And do not give the Bucks any say in how the finishes go, because, again, the Bucks have failed the AEW tag division. They should not somebody who should be in charge of the booking. And again, it's become very apparent that they have become a victim of their own success, where if anybody's going to shine in the tag division, or if there's any kind of issue that's big, they have to somehow stick their nose in and or get the last little thing, because it really didn't need. And also the whole idea, this has happened like 7 times already, the taking of the belts. Like, I'm going to jump in and I'm going to grab your belt and I'm going to walk away with it. It's happened like 7 times now in 3 weeks.
Oh my God, this is all the wrestling companies doing their stupid shit.
Now, the Bucks, look, the Bucks are not going to go anywhere because they're not dumb enough to pull a Rhodes and leave their little cushy spot. But you took the best tag match that's happened in I don't know how long, and you basically rejuvenated an entire tag division and again, signed the. And you know what? And Mark or Jay Briscoe said some dumb shit like, I don't know how many years ago, and he owned it and he paid the price for it. And since then, there has been no relapse. There's been no reoccurrence, no nothing. So yeah, he did
And
something.
he said he didn't even mean anything by it. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't even trying to be discriminatory or disrespectful.
But see, it's not Khan, it's not Vince. Well, Vince when he come to WWE, but it was that TNT executive, a
The
guy who
network,
ain't got shit to do with the wrestling product, was the one that didn't want the Briscoes because Khan was going to sign the Briscoes. It was because it was reported that they were backstage in one of the Dynamites right before it was announced that Ring of Honor was being bought by Khan, even before we even knew it was for sale. So he was going to grab the Briscoes. It was probably that a Jim Hurd who said, no, we don't want the Briscoes because Jay, he said some homophobic shit about a decade ago. And even though he might have changed, we don't want him here.
he said something a decade ago that he didn't mean and that he apologized for. So yeah.
But more importantly, it's been a lot of years, and they've been the forefront of tag wrestling. And again, there's been no other incidents where you see a lot of celebrities do something, and then they go, "Oh, I'm so sorry." Then they do it again. It's like, well, really, you're not sorry. And it's one of those things where, okay, I now bought this company. They're going to be on a different channel. You don't get a say. I'm going to sign them. But also, again, Tony has a tendency to play favorites. And look, they're Buck fans, they're Omega fans, they're Elite fans, and so on and so forth, and yada yada yada. There's storyline jealousy, and then there's actual jealousy. The way FTR has been booked since signing with AEW, and then this little spotlight stealing moment, they are clearly threatened and genuinely don't like FTR. And again, this match, I'm sorry, but I've never seen a Young Buck match as good. And I've seen a lot of good Young Buck match, but not as good as this match, and they can't stand it. And, so it's like, look, FTR is now Ring of Honor. They're going to go their own way. You have AEW, and Tony Khan is clearly going to let you continue to bury this tag division, in spite of. But it's like, I get it. Omega and the Bucks are just delightful, but they cannot be the center of all things at all times. Other people need to shine. Other people need the spotlight because they are not the be all end all. Just like the Briscoes are not the be all end all of all tag wrestling. Omega is not the greatest single wrestler. The Bucks are not the greatest tag team. And sometimes you need to have the spotlight taken off you. So it encourages you to do something to get it back on you. Now Omega's interesting again. He's doing something weird over here with, like Punk. Like, I want to go see that now. And like, oh, wait, Jay Lethal and Grisham. Let me go look over here. If I just got to stare at Omega, it's like, all right, motherfucker, I get it. You point, you do a little running step, you make funny faces, you do this move. Okay, so now what? It's like occasionally competition is good, and sometimes you just have to acknowledge, like, look, I ain't going anywhere in AEW. I am very secure in my spot. You have to let other people shine. Because nobody burns that bright. Nobody is, that prolific without having a peak and valley. And the Bucks, I think the Bucks need a collar put on them, and they definitely need a choke collar and need to be reined in. And again, if anybody comes out ahead in this little three-way tag feud, if we get it, it needs to be FTR. And then it needs to be the Briscoes coming in second, and the Bucks lose nothing. If anything, they gain more by coming in third.
Actually,
yeah. I have a question. If Kenny Omega didn't get hurt, right? He wasn't sidelined with injury. Do you think he'd still be champion right now?
No. I think Tony had it in his head that Adam was going to win the belt, but I think it would have been a better transition and it wouldn't have been as rushed. But also they need to, again, I've beaten this to death, but they need to get the belt off Page, and they need maybe send his ass to Ring of Honor and get him back to his roots instead of this rhinestone cowboy bullshit that he's doing.
Yeah, because honestly, his title run, maybe because it's the guys he is wrestling, which is basically because your title run is only as good as the guys you defended against. That's why everyone. Let's make this clear, and then we go transition to WrestleMania. the reason why we talk so highly of Roman Reigns' title run is at the core of it, look who he beat. Look at the guys who faced him for that belt. Each of them was built up to where we thought it was going to give Roman a run. And it made sense for Roman to challenge him. In the case of Adam Page, Murder Hawk ain't won nothing major since he been in that motherfucker. Why is he getting the title shot? Adam Page, Adam Cole just lost to Orange Cassidy.
To the mascot.
You didn't have him come back and have a title, excuse me, I'm sorry, opportunity match against the guy that beat him and beats him and get the title shot.
Well, he beat Daniel Bryan.
I mean, that's the only one. you get what I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Daniel Bryan can't be the only one. With Kenny Omega, look at who he beat to defend his title. He went against Rich Swann. That match was fucking off the chain. We thought Rich Swann was going to pull off a miracle.
I didn't think Rich Swann was going to win.
You know what I'm saying? His matches with Moxley.
Who else?
Who else did he go against? He had a match.
Impact.
Yeah. So think about it. So he had top tier talent coming after the belt. Who the fuck is top? Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, because if you gave me Adam Page versus, let's say, okay, after he beat Daniel Bryan, okay, I get he had to beat Kenny Omega to win the belt. Mm-hmm. Next title defense, his first title defense was against Daniel Bryan. Okay, that's great. Then after that, you give me Murder Hawk. No, what you should have did, took your ass to Japan and said, Tanahashi, you owe me a favor. I need you to go for the AEW title. There you go. Top tier guy. Everybody knows him in the world. You know, period. I look at what ICW is doing. I look at what Progress is doing. Progress brought guys in outside of their spectrum to challenge for the Progress title with Car Noir, which in turn made Car Noir the fucking man because look who he beat. He beat Swerve Strickland in a match. Great match. You know, period. Now, granted, he lost to Grissom, who is currently the Progress champion, but it was to progress the storyline between him and Spike Trevay. But the point being is they were bringing people in, not only within their promotion, but outside the promotion to build up that title and to build up his reign. And everyone can sit here and say, well, the reason why Roman Reigns is so great because of Paul Heyman and this. No, because look who the fuck he's beating to keep that belt. He beat, let's see what. He beat Lashley. He done beat Drew McIntyre. He done beat Daniel Bryan. He done beat so many people. It's the same thing with Ric Flair. What made Ric Flair title runs great? Look who he beat. Adam Page, they haven't put nobody in front of him that's noteworthy.
Not only who he beat, but also like how he's presented. Like Roman Reigns looks like a fucking star. Ric Flair looked like a fucking star. He came out wearing nice clothes, the way he walked, the way he spoke, conducted himself. He made wrestling cool.
Adam Page come to the arena in a car with horns on the bitch, in a Ferrari. Not Ferrari, a Corvette with horns on it.
I was like, that JBL? Is he all elite now? I was like,
you see, they playing too much of the cowboy shit. No, now I get what my partner is saying. They playing too much of the cowboy shit.
Yeah.
They could have just kept him as Hangman Page and would it just work? He was already over. It's just Hangman Page. It was just cowboy shit. Was just, hey, I'm a cowboy. I'm going to fight and whoop your ass. You get what I'm saying? But to go as far as having him looking like the rhinestone cowboy coming to the ring every goddamn night.
Even before he won the title, right? Like they put him over as like a drunk and a sullen, and like now he's a champion. So like he was doomed for like even before the start. He was doomed.
But see, even with that, I can understand he had to be broken down and brought back up. I get that storyline because we've seen that in wrestling before. Where
Yeah,
the guy
he's hanging out with losers, geeks,
you know,
the dork order.
exactly. If you were gonna do anything with him, one, keep him away from the Dark Order. I would have never put him with the Dark Order. No. It sounded his reputation as a champion to begin with. He was better off just being a fucking loner at best, period. But
yeah, aren't cowboys loners, by the way? He's supposed to be a cowboy. Cowboys supposed to be
last I
loners.
checked, what? Dusty Rhodes, he was a loner for the most part. He just teamed up with other motherfuckers every now and then.
Yeah.
Blackjack Mulligan. The only tag team we knew of him in was in the Blackjacks. Majority of the time, he was by himself.
Yeah, cowboys are supposed to be loners.
Stone Cold. I mean, it was a lot that they could have did with Hangman, but they kind of dropped the ball because it's even once he became champion, you could have reset it. Y'all just progressed along the shit that people didn't like about it.
Mm.
So now enough about AEW and the Ring of Honor. Now let's get to what the people want.
WrestleMania.
And before we get into individual matches, nights, and what have you, I want everybody's thoughts on what they thought of this installment of WrestleMania this year. Randy, you go first.
What's it called? I mean, overall, all things considered, I give it like a thumbs up. All things considered, there was some shit on the show that I looked past, whatever. But overall, I'd give it a thumbs up, like an A-.
Billy?
I mean, again, it's that thing of I thought it was going to be so bad that it turned out to be okay, but again, it just kind of didn't. It was kind of it just seemed to have like a lack of something. It was the fact that they didn't sell out both nights, and they kind of it's the thing that's gotten so big that it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy that they're not putting the product in the ring to give it that sense of grandness. Like I didn't care about the majority of the matches. A lot of the stuff I knew was going to happen. Like Stone Cold closed out the show, and then the Reigns won, and whatever Vince, that whole thing. It was it just I just kind of wasn't. I was like, okay, it's not as horrible as I thought it was. So I mean, I don't really give it a rating because I can't. It's a weird. It's like I give it an incomplete, basically.
Mm.
You don't fail, you don't pass. You might have to take like a pop quiz or something. I don't know.
Well, me, night one was better than night two, in my opinion. Two.
For the last 2 years, it's been.
Yeah. Two. It was the typical WrestleMania. I think the matches, the wrestling on a whole, I would give it a grade of a B-, because there were some matches that
didn't need to be on there.
You could have left off. You could have just fucking left off.
A lot of them were SmackDown matches, Raw matches.
Yeah, because
pre-show matches.
Basically,
the second night. Second night was the night of I just don't give a shit. Can we please get to Roman Reigns?
Well, it's a one-match card that if they would have actually that could have been a really packed one-match card into a kind of subpar two-match card. Like WrestleMania does not need to be 2 days. You guys do nothing all year enough to warrant it being 2 days, other than for once you're going to care about the wrestlers' feelings and give them that WrestleMania moment. It was a card that if you would have taken all the matches out that didn't matter and just had like the main things, then you would have had a great WrestleMania. But it's when you're going to spread it out to 2 nights, then you have the obligation to now hand in. Fuck the attendance, fuck the whatever stupid stadium you're going to have it in. You have to deliver in the ring, and you don't Okay. Bianca Belair won the title after you after you built her up, but then you buried her for most of the year. Oh, now okay, she won the title, so now I guess all the stuff gets the Tony Khan thing. Like, oh, you just saw Adam Cole get beat, but don't worry, it didn't count because it was a lights out match. Oh no, she won at WrestleMania, so the entire year of us burying her ass didn't count. I'm like, okay. Oh, we have a tag team, whatever. If we have 7-way match for this title, we brought back Ronda Rousey, for a hot minute. It's just kind of like, shock and awe booking, and this thing of like, well, you've been burying this person. Oh no, well, in the last couple of weeks he had a turnaround, so none of that matters. And it's like WrestleMania does not need to be 2 nights. It really doesn't. And they don't have the star power because they don't want to make the stars and they don't want to make the effort to warrant a 2-card night. Yeah. And WrestleMania is just going to get more watered down and more watered down. And it's going to, and even the Roman Reigns match, I saw something right before the show that I guess he legitimately hurt his arm. But that match, there was nothing exceptional about that match. And it fell flat, and the finish was flat. And again, it was a Roman Reigns. Their build-ups are better than their matches because we've been seeing the same match for the past, 7 years because you've been forcing it on us. It's the only difference is now is people kind of want to see it now because you finally got the narrative right that any 5-year-old would have told you 7 years ago should have been the narrative from the beginning.
Yeah, because the first night, of course, the first match was for the SmackDown title. You had the Usos versus Boggs and Shinsuke. Of course, Boggs, the news out of that, Boggs got injured trying to do a John Cena maneuver, which I saw how the injury happened. He didn't, his footwork wasn't right for the lift when he tried to lift them.
His knee buckled, right?
He didn't have a wide enough base to where he could handle the weight, and his knee just buckled under it. And I'm curious, did they call audible to where the Usos went ahead and won, or was the Usos going to win anyway? Because I had a feeling that they were going to put the belt on Boggs and Shinsuke.
Yeah, that would have been a mistake. I would have kept the belts on the Usos. I mean, that Boggs, Ted Arcidi Jr., who gives a shit? This thing with the guitar, and Shinsuke, again, I guess it's common knowledge now that he's just collecting that check, and he's the Shinsuke that we knew and love is dead and buried. So until we bury him in the pet cemetery for his last run in Japan or AEW, this Shinsuke, I don't give a fuck. Like, go surfing, stay off my TV, collect your check. Thank you for the stuff you did before you came to the WWE. I'll see you when you do your last run. I wouldn't put a belt on Shinsuke again for the remainder of his time there. This dude, I literally, he's a doughy. He looks like a doughy Japanese guy in stupid tights now. That's what he's become.
The Shinsuke that I came and knew to love is not the one that's in WWE. The last time we saw him, the sighting of him was NXT. That was the last time we saw him.
Similar to Roman, I'm thinking there's nobody left for the Usos, so that's why they have to have Shinsuke and Boogs. So that's why I thought that Shinsuke and Boogs were going to win, because if they lose, then what's next for the Usos? There's nobody left. And also, I was watching Night 1 of Mania, but I was watching it on my phone on mute because I was in my living room and I had my girl Sarah over, and she wanted me to watch the Belair season finale with her instead. So I kind of missed the first match. I didn't even know that Boogs got hurt. I saw the Usos celebrating their win. I didn't know that Boogs got hurt, so everybody can make a big deal out of it on social media. So, and then I tried to rewatch that. Thanks for the work, guys. Well, it's not their fault, Sarah's fault. But anyway, but yeah, I hope he gets better.
It's gonna be out for a good 6 to 8 months.
How severe is the injury?
He had his knee and a patella tendon or something to that nature. I have to look it up, and which I don't feel like doing at this point in time. Yeah, basically his leg is fucked up. You can see how swole his knee was when they was carrying him off. So I knew he was gone, because he didn't even finish the match, and they just basically gave us a flat finish with the day one, which is their version of 3D. You know. And then what else happened? Oh, and then of course, which I don't even want to even mention this fucking match. But I will mention it for this. Baron Corbin, they need to push him.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned this match. I'm glad.
Baron Corbin need to be pushed.
Out the door?
Watching this,
out of a plane, out of a moving car.
The reason why I'm saying he need to be
off a
pushed
gangplank,
because he would make a great heel champ, and this is the reason why I say that.
They low key are trying with him because like they haven't given up, kind of.
Yeah, because to me, Corbin could be that heel champ as a transition for you. Give him like because hell, you put the belt. Excuse me, I enjoy Jinder Mahal as champion. I just wish they would have did more with it.
You're the only one.
You know what I'm saying? But with Corbin, this was a pretty good match. Of course, it was the typical mid-card match. Of course, Corbin did to me, like I said, Corbin makes a great heel. They should never ever turn him a face. And I can see him becoming a heel champion, just change up his persona, lose the happy. I hope him and Madcap Moss break up because I want to see Madcap Moss on his own because
they seem to be teasing that they're gonna break up.
Because Madcap Moss, he's actually has a great look, he's a great wrestler, very damn good wrestler. And to me, I'm tired of them two anyway because it was corny from the jump. And I hope that this is the end of him and Drew McIntyre. If anything, go ahead and let Drew McIntyre chase after Roman for the title because that's obviously the next person on SmackDown anyway.
Here are my thoughts on this match real quick. We all know what it was. It was just Drew McIntyre kicking out the guy's finisher, winning and cutting the ropes off. Right? It was there. It served its purpose. Right? I give this match a thumbs up. You wanna know why? Because like I don't know how or why, but eventually, right? Belair was finished, so it's my turn to put the TV. My turn to put what I want to watch on TV. So I put WrestleMania on TV, right? And this match was on, and my girl Sarah was still there in the house, and she was watching this match, jaw agape, marking out, cheering, and because she low key loves Drew McIntyre. And I say low key because like the last time she watched wrestling was 2009, so like 13 years ago, right? That she just came off of it, and so she knows nothing about the current product, nothing at all. None of the wrestlers, none of the stories, nothing, right? And she's like, but his thing, right? We've been to like events that came in New York. We've been to the Barclays, been to the Garden, and we've been to like Nassau, right? Whenever they came on TV to New York, right? And she always forget, but she loves Drew McIntyre. She'll forget what he did or the match he had, as soon as like it's over. But as soon as she sees him again, she's reminded how much he likes him, whatever. So she was like on the floor marking out, just screaming and yelling, and it was good times. So I give a thumbs up for that. I don't know what's the charm, but hey, they succeeded in that regard.
He got that Sean Connery Scottish thing going. Because, like I said, I mean, shoot, to me, Drew always had that oomph about him. I always felt he was going to be a future champion anyway by his look. And then he really came into his own when he went to the Independents.
Yeah.
He was Drew Gallows. Right?
I miss heel Drew because he had more charisma back then. Yeah.
To me, it's just certain guys just to me are better off as heels. I mean, it's nice that they made him a face, but they make more impact as heels. You know, and Drew is one of those guys. Even though I like him as a face, you know, just like I said when it came to Baron Corbin. Because like I said, even with Corbin, I'm sorry, that in the days is probably one of the hottest finish maneuvers to me in the game right now. You know what I'm saying? You know, period. Second, the only thing that to me is hotter than that is the Tour of the Islands from Jeff Cobb.
Yeah.
because that's a reverse power slam, and that's fucking hard as hell to do because your body is used to going one way, and you going the opposite way. But no, I like the match too. I can't even the ending they could have kept. You know, cutting the ropes and shit like that. And it was funny, motherfucker was sitting there talking about well, the sword won't reel it. No, the sword was real.
That's a shoot sword.
When he got to the third rope, the sword turned in his hand because of the sweat. So it didn't stay to where the blade hit. It was the flat of the blade hit. That's why it didn't cut the third rope. So I watch enough Fortune 5 to know, motherfuckers. So,
all right.
So shoot. So and then let me see what was next after that because I'm trying to remember everything. It was a bullshit match after that one. It was The Miz, and one of the Logan Paul, I think that's his name, against the Mysterios, and said that Logan Paul was the star in this shit, and Mysterio Jr., baby boy, he need to take his ass to NXT.
Yeah, I agree.
It's time. It's at Green Acres. That's hashtag Green Acres. That's what I saw. Because Logan Paul looked more of a experienced professional wrestler than Rey Mysterio Jr., Dominic Mysterio did.
Yeah, it's like I could put it on mute, right? And I'd be like, all right, well, she's a bad example because she knows Rey Mysterio, but like if she didn't know Rey Mysterio, right, I could be like, all right, I'll put on mute. Okay, look at these four guys. You have the kid, the tall guy, the masked guy, and the other guy, right? Miz, Mysterio, Dominic, and Paul Logan, right? Which one of these was wrestling for like 20 years and is a former champion, right? She would think it was Paul. Which one of these is like the guest or an outsider who's not a wrestler? She would think it's the Miz or Dominic.
Yeah.
Maybe Ray, even.
Yeah, because I mean, I want to hear Billy's thoughts on it. It's like Dominic, they've been trying to dance with Dominic. He's kind of giving me the David Flair vibes. When they tried to make it work with David Flair in WCW. You know, period. Or Eric Watts. When they tried to make something out of Eric Watts. You know, period. It's kind of like y'all putting him on the big stage, but he's not built for it yet. You know, period. Because to me, if there's a guy that's of his age bracket that's built for it that they should have signed, which I thought they did, was Gino Medina, which is in MLW. He's ready. He's ready for that spot. Booker T trained him greatly. But Dominic, shit, he should have took his ass to reality wrestling before he came to WWE because he is Green Acres like a motherfucker. And Paul, it is funny how these celebrities are really getting better at wrestling.
That's why I like YouTube because I can say something like that about being, Gerald, he give him time. Okay, yeah, fine, give him time, but he's still green in the meantime.
Yeah.
But I'm not allowed to say that for some reason because I'm being biased or whatever. But I'm just making an observation. That's not being biased. I'm sure Dominic is a great guy, but like he's greener than a goddamn.
He's not ready.
He's greener than my lawn.
I'm saying it, Billy.
Well, I actually, when I've seen Dominic, I think he's a natural. I think he's actually really good for what he's been put in. It's the thing, yeah. Especially being Rey Mysterio's son, he should definitely, like kind of like what they did with Dustin. When you're done with your WWE tenure, he should be in AAA. He should be in Japan. He should be working the Indies. It's this new era where you're going to put guys right out the gate, especially if they're second generation, on TV and let them, develop on camera. Of course, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. I think he's very young and he's got still a lot of developing, growing to do physically. But he's taking the check and he's kind of doing the thing with his dad. And I think he's got that Dustin quality where when the WWE run is over, go to Mexico, go to Japan and put in that work and get out of the public eye. Like if I'm going to see your match, I have to go through the effort of going to a TV app or going on the internet and trying to YouTube it or trying to find your match because you're wrestling, in Mexico City one day and then you're flying to Japan for a 2-week tour, then you're in Europe, and that's what he needs. As far as Paul Logan or Logan Paul or whatever the hell his name is, it's what I call the open mic syndrome. And when I used to do comedy, guys would go do an open mic and they would pack the crowd with their friends or family, and their first set would be incredible. And it's kind of the similar way in porn where a guy will do his first quote unquote scene and it'll be in a very controlled environment where there's no pressure, and they'll get a very big head about it. Like, I just killed in front of this crowd. I'm like, yeah, it was all your friends. Come back next week when the open mic, when they're not going to come see you every week and you got to like wait around for 2 hours to do 5 minutes. And then, when you start dying and you're getting on shows and everything else, I'm sure same thing with Logan. If you brought him out there night after night or every Monday night, you start to see big holes in the game. He was surrounded by, even as far as Dominic, he was surrounded by a lot of talent and he was protected by the cameras. And again, he is an athletic big dude. He looked the part, definitely. But he was, he was protected, and I'm sure he had some knowledge of the game, and he, had the brains in his head to let people in the driver's seat and just to kind of do what he was told. But
he's a boxer.
It's an open mic syndrome. Like, it was all kind of very padded in his favor to make him look good. And, again, like, I was impressed. I mean, the guy looked the part. He looked good. I didn't get the whole turn at the end bullshit, which means he's probably going to be wrestling more. So it's like, okay, you had that good first shot. Now, beginner's luck. Now, if you're going to have some kind of thing with The Miz.
Probably not. It's just a Mania thing. Because Logan Paul's not working WWE full time. He's like a celebrity. He probably like, I could imagine Logan Paul walking backstage like, I just got paid $1 million for this bullshit.
The WWE pays and treats celebrities that want to play wrestler way better than they do their actual wrestlers. I mean, so I can see him coming in for easy paydays, and everybody's going to be powdering his ass and everything, and he's going to be, even if he loses, he's going to be protected way better than any guy who's there every night. That's the reputation of WWE. It's like, the guys who are going to be here day in, day out and shorten their lives by doing this every night. Fuck them. Oh, wait, we have the kid from My Wacky Neighbor coming in next week. We gotta make him look like Hulk Hogan in '85, and and give him the 4-star Oscar treatment because he's gonna be here for 2 shots. Bad Bunny gets better spotlighted and better treatment than half the guys on the roster. That's the WWE mentality, because a celebrity coming in for 2 minutes to them has more value than a guy who gives them 10 years. And so I could see Paul coming back, but he'll be like an attraction. He'll they'll probably keep him, for like a a pay-per-view type deal. But I mean, again, it wasn't as terrible as I thought it was going to be, but it's it's that beginner's luck, the stack, his favorite type of deal. It was in everybody's interest to make him look good, especially, like a Mysterio or Miz. You don't want that guy out there like a dead fish. But I see a lot of potential in Dominic. But again, he's like young. He's still got that baby fat. Like, he needs to get away. And same thing with Braun Steiner, even though they're protecting him and the kid's a future superstar. It's like, if you're a second generation wrestler, I don't know. I mean, the money must be enticing, but I don't know why you would want to put yourself on national television right off the gate. Like, I would, do the various tours and excursions and get a few years under the belt under a different name. So that way, when you come out the gate, you got a better run. But
think Braun needs work?
Huh?
You think Braun needs work? Like he's green or something?
Well, Braun is the greenest out of everybody we talked about, because he was, but he's a natural athlete and he's good, but you could see little, and you can see little holes here and there. But also now if they're going to move him up to the main roster, it's like, I don't care how athletic you are, it's eventually it's going to catch up with you, especially with the WWE and their style or lack thereof. I mean, and again, the guy also doesn't have a lot of experience being a wrestler. He grew up in the industry, but it's different being the guy like in the ring. I think Braun has a great future, especially if he's able to avoid the WWE pitfalls. But yeah, no, I think I'm high on Braun. I'm also high on Dominic. It's just if you're a wrestler, I don't see why you would be there other than just to buy a house. If I ever wrestle for the WWE, if I was a wrestler, I'd be like, okay, a couple of years, live way below my means, and I'll have a house and a car and a little bit of a nest egg for my kids' college fund. Okay, now back to going to be a wrestler. Like Matt Cardona is living the dream right now, killing it. But I guarantee you, all his shit's bought, sold, and paid for, and he's got all his investments lined up because he wasted 99% of his career sitting backstage while fucking Hornswoggle was getting massive amounts of TV time. So it's it's not easy doing that shit live, learning on as you go, because the only way really, like comedy, I would imagine, like wrestling, you could train with the best and your dad could be a legend. You have to be in that ring in front of the crowd in order to truly get it.
Okay, I feel like Dominic and what's his name, Braun, just switch places. that's all I gotta say about that.
Well, no, I think you'd definitely be better in NXT, especially with the shit talent they got in NXT. Dominic would definitely be a shining star, and he definitely, again, the kid is still green, but I mean, he went from
he and Ray came there the other day, and like I forgot that he didn't belong there.
The kid's green, and he's again hasn't had a chance to develop. I mean, like, what is he like? Is he even old enough to drink? How old is he?
Yeah, he's what, early 20s, I would say.
Like I said, he's still got the baby fat. He's still got the baby face. Again, you'd be better off leaving the WWE and going and wrestling in other, being a young boy somewhere, or just wrestling for like a hot indie and getting that experience and wrestling with different talents, and breaking those bad habits as WWF teaches. But yeah, I think NXT would be a good shot, but they're going to keep him with his dad as long as his dad's signed. But I see a lot of potential there, and he's a young kid, and he went from like, oh, I hit puberty on Wednesday, and now I have a match at WrestleMania on Friday. It's just the fact that he's able not to look like complete dog shit out there says a lot. His opening match, I think it was with Seth Rollins, was a very good match. So I mean, there's a wealth of potential but again, I think the key would be to either go to NXT or just leave and maybe go to Ring of Honor or go to a Noah in Japan, whatever big company in Europe for a few years. Like, get off that radar and let people want to find you instead of you just being easily accessible on their TV every Monday night or Friday night.
All right. Next match. What was it? 'Cause I've got my match quite in front of me.
Sorry, what?
I was saying. All right. Next match.
I don't remember what the next match was. Kavanaugh. Did we lose him?
Bobby.
Or
not hearing anything from him.
Give it a second. I don't remember what the next match was.
Black Wall Street is now online, baby. That's right. Visit the GW District. Shop the very best in men's and women's apparel and accessories, home decor, office supplies, books, pantry items, and so much more. The GW District is a retail marketplace of Black-owned products and media. We're both veteran and Black-owned, and we're bringing you the best online shopping experience with products made by small businesses. Come and experience the GW District difference today at shopgwdistrict.com. That's shopgwdistrict.com. The GW District, a retail marketplace of Black-owned products and media.
That's right.
All right, this time it's you and me, and now what's it called? Yeah.
We back from commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. Just waiting for Billy to come back. Cause I had to restart my phone, man, because the audio went out because I had to go to another app to take care of something. And this stupid ass phone won't allow it. Like it shuts my audio off, so I was still able to hear y'all talk and everything, but I couldn't even interject for shit. So, like I said, we wait. So we'll keep the conversation going. Just waiting for Billy to join in. I'm pretty sure he's hitting a couple minutes.
He's back. He's here.
He's back. There you go. So we back from commercial break, people. We had some audio difficulties on my end of the fence we had to take care of.
Bobby, all you gotta say is one thing to me, and that is the recording still there of us previously just now?
Yeah. Oh no, we good.
Okay,
we
all right.
good.
That's all.
Yeah,
that's all I said. All's forgiven.
Which is funny because normally I shut the recording off at around like 1:30 because we go long, so that I can be able to edit it through I don't feel like going through the technical shit. You talking about wrestling today. So anyway, enough about that.
My friend, you are absolved. As long as the footage still there.
Life of a podcaster shouldn't be so rough. Now, the next match was actually the match of the night for that night. Bianca Belair versus Becky
Everyone
Lynch.
keeps saying that.
To me, it was.
It was very good, yes.
Storytelling wise, the match itself was good. They have great chemistry. They have great fucking chemistry. And to me, it's kind of crazy because, like I said, my only issue with what happened at SummerSlam was the way that they had her got beat. And I get that they were trying to build it to make her have a redemption moment here. But at the end of the day, to me, as long as she walked out at WrestleMania as champ, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Because that match was very good. I thought she had broke her nose when she got hit in the face with.
Not her eye. You saw her eye?
Oh yeah. No, I thought she broke her nose. Then I saw the eye swell up, and I said, "Well, damn, what the fuck?"
That was just sloppy.
Yeah, that was sloppy. That move was sloppy as shit. Other than that, the match was great, but it like I said, it's kind of compared to the other match we'll get to in a second. Because to me, it was one of the best matches. I had no issue with the finish. I liked the finish, the way the finish happened. The back and forth was good. The storytelling, especially with Becky, her facial expressions, it was just like she was losing it every time when she couldn't get that 3 count. She was losing it.
What the fuck was she wearing? She's like a fucking a vampire or a I
was thinking like a Lady Gaga.
She like an alien, like some spooky witch. I wasn't a fan of that.
Now Bianca's interest, I loved it. I loved the marching band. That shit was love right there. I was like, okay, I see you, mama. But so thoughts on the match and thoughts on what's next. Go ahead.
It was very good. It was definitely like a contrast in styles, like a styles clash, but in a good way, because Bianca, she's more like of a, what you call it, I'm trying to find a word, like she's more of like a track star / bodybuilder, more than she's like a traditional professional wrestler compared to Becky. So that makes that both like a good contrast of styles, but in a good way though. Yeah, nothing. It's good. Nothing more me to add to that. Really, it's good stuff.
Because I find it interesting out of the crop of people that came out of NXT when she was there, she's the one that actually done the most. Because everyone thought it was going to be Rhea Ripley, it wasn't. And like I said, I loved the match and I loved everything about it. Billy?
I mean, it was a good match. Ironically, it's funny you mentioned Becky's gear, because the one thing about Becky that always kind of stood out to me was her gear never seemed to complement her and or fit her right. And this outfit actually fits her perfectly. Where because she's so tiny, all her gear through all her various looks, I always felt her gear was very uncomplimentary to her. And again, it doesn't. It's something that you shouldn't matter, but it's like for somebody with so much like everything else is so on point. When you look at her gear throughout her career, and she had some great looks, but they never seemed to. Her tailor didn't seem to get the fact that this woman is athletic and tiny. You need to. But the match was okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the match in and of itself. It's just that you built up this person. I didn't like Bianca Belair as a wrestler for a long time, and then you built it up and you built it up and whatever. And I have a soft spot, through with the way my life has been for people that are willing to do whatever to get to where they want to be. So like she had the attitude of give me the ball, let me run. And they did, and she did, and then you spent like the rest of the year just basically wasting all the money that you put into winning over somebody like me, who was like, I'd be very happy if she was never on my TV again. To where like I'm happy to see that somebody of the same tribe of that. If companies started flying me out to Vegas or LA or Florida or even to Europe or even India. Like my attitude is push me until I absolutely break, and then I'll take a month off, and then we'll do it all over again because I want the opportunity, and if you give me the ball, I'm going to be your biggest money earner. Whereas, Bianca had the same quality, and she put it out there, and then they were like, "We're going to beat you at like 2 seconds of SummerSlam, and then just beat you to powder." And again, it's that booking mentality. Well, you had one match at WrestleMania, so none of that counts. And it's like, you know what? Go fuck yourself. It does count. And I just didn't care because, again, it's this weird hodgepodge booking. And it also goes back to, besides rematches, who is, again, you with the other female talent, like, okay, now what's her, there always should be somebody in the wings ready to take on the champ. So you have the series of rematches and you finish out the feud. If the person's going to hold on to the title, there should be somebody immediately up and ready to be the new challenger. And then once that person steps up, immediately there should be at least a minimum of 2 programs where any one of the 4 could step up and be the next challenger. The champ should always need to be fed new challengers that actually matter. Not who you think like, well, this week they matter because last week they ran in and beat them up. No. Like actually matter. But the match was fine. Both, they would both be served well to be married to each other, at least until SummerSlam. Whether WWE will do that or not remains to be seen.
I think that. Go ahead, Brandon.
What didn't you like about Bianca like before?
I just didn't. The hair, just the gimmick, it just didn't. And she was part of that crop of NXT talent that kind of got fast tracked to the main roster that that felt like they were basically getting paid to train, and they were getting paid well to train. And then there was always this influx of indie talent like your Roderick Strongs and your Ripley's and what have you that have been wrestling forever and came in and were ready to go. And there was and Velveteen Dream was probably their biggest spokesperson, which I definitely could not stand. Even before all the pederast shit, I could not stand that guy or his wrestling. There was this attitude of like, well, they're taking our spot. And it's like, no. You're getting paid to train in $1 million facility because your original dream didn't pan out. So now you decided to be a wrestler. These guys have been wrestling in high schools and in foreign countries, making, with no insurance, barely getting by. They didn't take anything. You have not earned shit yet. So you can keep that pouty shit to yourself. And, just a gimmick, just the thing with the hair. I just didn't, didn't like it. But then the personality, they actually found the thing of like, okay, it may not have been her original plan in life, but she dedicated herself to it and she wanted the ball and they found the nerve. That's my nerve. Like I have respect for people that are willing to sit on a bus for 5 days and be miserable and eat like, bags of nuts to save money and sleep on the sidewalk in order to get an opportunity in hopes of getting the chance to run with the ball and succeed in whatever they're doing. Those are my people. And Bianca kind of put it out there that that's who she was. And I was like, fuck it. I'm in. You got me. Yeah, I'm in. you know, and then they basically take a big shit, and it was like, you know what? If I were this woman, the second her contract's up, fucking go to AEW and cash in and burn and set the world on fire and show the motherfuckers like Daniel Bryan's doing that. The biggest mistake you ever made, and yeah, that's just basically it. Like, not every gimmick or a wrestler is going to click with you, but there is always that chance that they could win you over.
At some
But
point. Yeah.
if you're going to invest that time and then immediately throw it out the window, because again, it's that weird craving for, like, they need that constant ratings grab, or they need that one thing that, like, oh well, this, whatever. Becky broke through that ceiling by becoming the man. Bianca has not, so she does not have that protection. Like, they're going to protect Becky.
Yeah.
They're not going to protect Bianca. If anybody's going to eat shit after this match in the future, it's going to be Bianca, because Bianca has yet to really
And
hit
see,
that.
too, also, I want to see if they're going to give Bianca a title run.
Well,
because
if they don't this time, then she might as well just either ask for her release, or which they probably won't give her, or just play nice until her contract runs out and then go somewhere where they'll actually. Her in Ring of Honor. I'm not gonna. I wouldn't have said this a year ago, but her in Ring of Honor, I think she would absolutely own
like a glove. Yeah.
She would own, and she would shine, and she would just
she'd be the biggest star by far.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, it's that thing of, she wasn't a wrestler when she started, and then she became one in spite. And then that's, because a lot of people get into wrestling because, like, oh, football didn't work out or basketball didn't work out, and I'll become a WWE superstar, and then I'll be in movies like The Rock and whatever and blah blah blah, and they think it's like this easy. So how people treat porn, like, oh, I'll just show my tits, or I'll show my dick, and then I'll be famous and I'll make all this money because I'm pretty. And it's like, no, it's a lot of hard work, and it's a lot of ups and downs, and it's a lot of grinding, and it's not a cash grab. And Bianca proved that she wasn't here for the cash grab, and so now when she won, I was kind of filled with a little bit of dread, because it's like, okay, are they going to give her run, or are they going to basically shit on her for the next shiny new thing that's coming back? Like, are they going to give her to Rousey to get an easy win, or are they going to feed her to Charlotte and or something? Are they going to fuck up something?
Well, why would they do that if they just gave her the belt?
They did that last time. They went through all that trouble to build her up at WrestleMania, and then at SummerSlam, they
Hey, do you enjoy the pro wrestling punditry that we're giving you on Pilgrim on Wrestling? Well, guess what? You can get some extra pro wrestling punditry, as well as a deeper dive into pro wrestling. I'm talking about Pro Wrestling Smoke, a premium podcast on the premium smoke room on the lounge for $4.99 a month. One of 5 podcasts that you get to enjoy, and I'm talking about weekly. So subscribe to the premium smoke room and check out Pro Wrestling Smoke, where me and Billy, we gets it in, and we discuss and debate different topics, from the prettiest and the best looking belt of all time to modern wrestling, the territory days, old school, what have you. He's the history, I'm the modern. So subscribe for $4.99 a month to the Premium Smoke Room and check out Pro Wrestling Smoke. Now, smoke that over.
All right.
Yeah, the life of a podcast shouldn't be so damn rough. Yeah, it I don't know what's going on. The Wi-Fi was messing up a little bit. Billy being in a sec, I had to reset him the link.
Mm-hmm.
But
he's back.
Yeah, that finish what you were saying. Finish what you were saying.
See, the problem is you're using logic, and you're somebody who I probably would let book a wrestling card if I was running a company, because you actually using common sense. WWE is famous for this, and that they will do something, and then with no rhyme or reason, the next day knock it all down, or they punish guys who are able to get over by themselves.
You know why, right? You know why, right? They do that. It's because
they don't want stars anymore. They just want WWE, WrestleMania. They just want the brand, and they just want to be able to keep.
They also don't want to be predictable. That's the truth. I know people.
But see, now
I know people who
I'm
work,
gonna give you. I'm gonna give you my tin hat theory. When Vince made Hulk and Hulk left and almost put him out of business, you had The Rock leave. You had Stone Cold leave. He built these guys up to where Hollywood took them and they became megastars. He dealt with Hulk Hogan, who he made, and then turned right back around, and Hogan damn near with WCW. So his thought process is, I'm going to take you to a point, but I'm not going to allow you to get but so much bigger because you're going to end up leaving me high and dry for Hollywood.
Yeah,
or you're going to be a problem later.
That's definitely true. But also at the same time, I forgot what I was going to say. But also at the same time, they also, I know people who work like in WWE, like behind the scenes, and they can tell me, they can tell you themselves how that's what you said about my tongue, yeah, what you two said about them not getting too over, right, not being bigger than them. That's also true, right? But also what's also true is they don't want to be predictable, so that's why it makes no sense.
Well, there's a difference between being predictable and giving the fans what they want and makes sense. They never gave the one thing AEW is giving the fans that WWE never gave them is the run that Daniel Bryan deserved. People wanted Zack Ryder. They didn't give it to him. It's like there's a difference between being predictable and there's kind of some advantage to being predictable, but it's like you spent all this money, you built up a wrestler, and you have them do the title run, and it generates you money to squash them immediately because it's the arrogance of thinking, well, we built up Bianca, now we're gonna just trample her into the ground. But anytime we feel like we could just in one segment put her right back on top, and the fans will buy it, like no, go fuck yourself. No.
I mean, Bray Wyatt is the perfect example of this.
Oh, Bray got. I'm amazed Bray didn't get a blanket party for getting himself over so many different ways.
I mean, Bray won. You didn't put him over against Cena. You didn't put him over against The Undertaker. This guy supposed to have been that next dude. They built him up like that. But the problem was that they knew that Bray, his character, could transcend wrestling, and Vince didn't want that because he didn't want to take the chance of having to renegotiate that contract. He didn't want to take the risk of Bray right when Bray his biggest worry is Bray at the height of his run, and Bray decides, something, fuck this, I'm going to Hollywood. You feel what I'm saying? Because it feels that how Vince works it. Vince has the people that he want to push, but then he pushes them to a certain point, and then destroys them.
So why would he let him go though? If that's the case, why would he let him go?
Well, see, he had no choice because one, Bray. How can I put this? Bray ain't the Vince physique. You get what I'm coming from?
Say that again.
He's not the Vince physique, and what I mean by he ain't got the muscles. Trust me, Vince. He likes Kevin Owens, but trust me, he probably wish Kevin Owens was a little bit more muscular. You feel what I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Vince has an image of what a sports entertainer, not professional wrestler, a sports entertainer should look like in his mind. Because people forget, he did try to do a bodybuilding federation, the World Bodybuilding Federation back in the day.
The WBF?
Yeah, the WBF. See, people forgot about that. That was one of his ventures.
I guessed that name. I didn't know this thing existed.
And that's what it was, actually. The World Bodybuilding Federation, WBF. Period. So, with Vince, also, Vince was sitting back seeing that he needed wrestlers that he built from the ground up within the image of WWE. Bray didn't fit that because Bray technically was independent because he was with FCW for a minute in 09. Plus, also think about his dad and his uncle and his granddad. So he had wrestling in his blood. So it ain't about professional wrestling. He grew up with it. And the reason why I think he let go of Bray was because he didn't know, he never got Bray Wyatt. That's why there have been so many changes. He never got Bray. The original Bray was perfect. He broke up the family. That one clip, they should have never broke up. You kept the New Day together, but you didn't keep the Wyatt family. I want y'all to think about it for a second. You kept the New Day together.
And
but
also another.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, and also the WWE again, they punish like Otis or Zack Ryder or whatever. They punish people for getting over on their own.
Yes, they do. Yes.
But also, here's the other thing, and this is how you should run a business. You can have the image again, just as and I've made this comparison before. If you're running a porn company and you think the idea of a male porn star should be like 6'2", like gorgeous black guy, shaved head, 12-inch dick, and just perfect in every way, and da-da-da-da. But then I come along, or a guy who maybe is like Asian or somebody comes along, and for whatever reason, they are just killing it for your company and making you money. There's two things. One, you don't get rid of the 6'2", black guy. You keep him as well, and you use him as well. But if you got different looking guys, you're a guy that maybe has a little bit of a spare tire, a guy who's a little shorter or whatever, and they're making you money and they're drawing in and people want to see it. If you're running a business and you're an actual businessman, then you push. And again, it's like, well, it's not what I envision, but my business is killing it. Guess what? Fuck your vision. You're there to make money. The point of a business is to make money. So the WWE has a control issue. You have people behind the scenes that have to justify their job. So if somebody gets over on their own and you don't need these quote unquote writers, they get pissy. Emma, that happened to her. She pissed off writers because they came up with a dog shit gimmick for her and nobody could pull that off. And then you got Vince, who the last person to hold Vince over a barrel was Punk, and Punk let him know every inch of his dick, and Vince does not like that. The Warrior did it, Hogan did it, Cena, I'm sure, Rock. He
and
doesn't
that's
want
the
guys
reason
to
why
have.
He does what he does.
Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar is basically the one that has the most of that control right now. He does not want wrestlers to have that ability to go, well, you know what? I'm going to hold you up. And now it's like WrestleMania, the WWE, and it's affecting the product because I'm not going to give a shit about a wrestler because you tell me I'm supposed to. You have to give me a rhyme or reason to, and there have been some weird wrestlers throughout the ages that have gotten over because of charisma, because of whatever. Thunderbolt Patterson, Freight Train Jones, George the Animal Steel. They were terrible wrestlers. They looked like shit in the ring, but they had that thing and they got over and they drew money and the fans wanted to see them. And the old thing was, well, he's not going to be my champ or he's not going to be my main event, but I'm going to protect him and put him in a good spot in the card. And he's going to make me money, and they're going to have the good spot, and they're going to make some money, and everybody's happy.
See, that's the difference between Vince Sr. and Vince Jr. Vince Sr. understood that. Because even to the point, like, Brandon, you had, and he'll tell you about it, because the Treacherous Three, which was Ivan Koloff. Who was it? Ivan Koloff.
Graham, Superstar Billy Graham, and Ernie Ladd.
Ernie Ladd. And think, you got Vince Jr. seeing his dad buckle to three heels that said, no, you're going to pay us the same and you're going to pay us well because we the reason why Bruno is getting over. You feel me? So in his mind, seeing that shit and seeing that he wants the brand to be bigger than the faces that's in it. While Vince Sr. wanted the faces that in it to be bigger than the brand because it made the brand money. That's what Vince is about.
It seems to, well, also two things, right? Vince Sr., right, was running a promotion. He had a mind for the promotion. Vince doesn't want to run a wrestling promotion. He wants to run some kind of media integration platform. And it just so happens that there's all this content about wrestling and wrestlers. And
Vince is the OnlyFans of wrestling. He's making money off a product he despises, but at the same time, he wants you to buy the product that he's pissing on. And he is the only, and again, also Vince is a control freak. The guy winning is not enough. He has to recreate history. We did a whole series on black wrestlers in February, and I got very ambitious because I got very excited. And then it bit me in the ass because I am not a wrestling historian. I research and I know a lot of history and I could absorb the knowledge, but I'm not a historian. To find Black history, I had to wade through so much WWE revisionist history and their bullshit. Vince is a sad little man. I don't care how big he is. He's a sad little man who is an absolute control freak. And winning is not enough for this guy. It's like, you know what, dude? You won. You have all these different libraries sitting in your vault, and you won't let them out because they don't reflect whatever it is you're doing at that moment.
Yeah.
You're trying to rewrite history, even though at the end of the thing, you still won the whole Monday Night War and you won the territorial battle and everything else. And it's not enough. You have to reform. That's why I was happy that Tony got Ring of Honor, because the worst thing, because I think that would have been a real death nail for wrestling.
yeah.
Had he got a hold of Ring of Honor, because everything Vince's touch, he basically kills, or he
has the
chokes.
reverse Midas touch.
Vince, at one point, he understood marketing, and he understood an opportunity when he saw it, because what he saw was the world was changing with the advent of cable television. Terry Funk saw it. That's why he sold Amarillo when cable television came about, because he knew that this was going to eventually break down that barrier that all the territories had. Terry Funk was ahead of the game, but Terry Funk wasn't, Vince. Vince basically knew how to do marketing, and he knew how to outsmart guys who refused to change. And then he had one moment of brilliance where he let the wrestlers during the Monday Night Wars be themselves and kind of get out of the way a little bit. Vince is somebody who has like an ounce of business savvy and brains, and just a fuck ton. He's one of those people that goddamn was blessed in life to
My
get
superpower.
by.
What's your superpower? I'm rich.
Basically rich, and he understands the basic nuts and bolts of like business, but he is not the great genius that everybody makes him out to be. It was a lot of luck. It was a lot of, had somebody else been a little smarter and not try to, like, again, my career, I bring to the table what I bring. I bring Billy Pilgrim. I can only do what I do. I don't care what anybody else is doing or what the trend is. I can only do and offer what I could do. And am I always in the position that I want to be? Do I not get? I'm frustrated right now. The last couple of weeks have been very frustrating, to the point where once this podcast ends, I'm gonna have like no energy, and I'm probably gonna go to sleep. I was asleep. The only reason why I'm awake is because we had to record today. I'd probably still be sleeping from last night. I'm frustrated and not happy with what's going on in my career. But again, I'm not making dumb decisions and trying to be somebody else. Had Crockett, Watts, the Von Erichs, Joel Blanchard, anybody else, just not willing to change with the times and not shot themselves in the own foot by competing with somebody who had one slight advantage. It would be a different landscape, but they would just they charged in war. You never charge the enemy when they have the high ground. It's literally strategy 101. But every promoter from Crockett down saw them up on the hill and ran full on up the hill and got taken out. It was just a Vince, a little bit of luck, a lot of luck, and a little bit of business savvy. Vince is not, and now he's at a point where now it's just I get to control the universe and rewrite stuff. And basically, when I look at some of the WWE product, I go, "Wow, your dick is a button on a fur coat, isn't it? It is just a tiny, 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 tiny dick."
Mm-hmm.
You're a genetic jackhammer in name only, there, buddy.
But now speaking about, because we got to keep this thing moving a little bit. The other women's match, and then we'll get to Cody in a second. But let's get to this other women's match, because I don't want to see Ronda Rousey and Flair no goddamn more. I'm sorry. That match to me fell flatter than a car that rolled across one of those spike trail things that the police put out. That match to me, I still don't understand why they went.
I feel like the finish was flat. That's what I feel.
Okay, to me, then I'm gonna look at it this way.
I like the outcome, but I thought the finish was flat.
I was shocked at the outcome, but
yeah, me too. but I like the outcome though.
Yeah, because to me, I'm like, one, because it was unpredictable. Because I thought that Rousey was going to win.
Yeah, I was fucking sure he would win. I was fucking.
Yeah, and some tell me that was a last day decision. Because I think they like Ronda Rousey chasing more so than having the belt. And two, I think they're trying to save it for them to have the match for WrestleMania Backlash, which is supposed to be the next pay-per-view after that. So, which they're probably gonna start announcing all that shit tonight. But to me, it just seems like they just don't have much chemistry in the ring, and from the promos to even their fights, it's just like if you compared Becky and Bianca to them, you would have thought or this. If you said who would have had the better match, Bianca Belair versus Becky, or Flair versus Ronda, you would have most people would have went with Ronda and Flair.
I'm gonna lie, like personally, I did like this match better, but slightly better than Bianca and
okay, go ahead. Give me a reason.
It's funny too because like earlier today, I was on the air with Russ from the Manspace podcast. Shout out to him. We did a SP Radio exclusive, and we talking about Mania, and everybody. First of all, going back to Bianca real quick, everybody likes that match more than me, even though I enjoyed it immensely. I actually like what I do from my platform, right? I write like an article about every show, and I give like ratings on different matches. So I gave it 3.5 stars according to my scale, right? And I gave Charlotte and Ronda 3 3/4, so slightly better. It's just 1/4 star better, because people I guess people don't like Ronda's MMA style like I do, because it's different, it's refreshing. Like again, it's a boxer versus like a wrestler. You know what I'm saying, it's a shoot boxer versus a forget my verbiage, but a fake wrestler. So that's like another clash of styles, really. But I think it's like Brock Lesnar in 2012. He wrestled Cena that one time. Like he bust out MMA stuff. It was so fucking different and awesome, and unlike anything I've ever seen in WWE. And I got the same vibe from that. And so I liked the match, except for the ending, which was flat, and then 4 o'clock where I played full of piss. But I like the match. I don't really have any aversions to Ronda's working ability. I think she's a good worker, a good wrestler.
It just felt like to me they just, how can I put this?
Hold on, sorry to cut you off, but let me see real quick. I like that they kept their own flair. They put their homegrown girl over the outsider, right? I like that. I because they're always like giving favor or satisfaction to the outsider against the homegrown person. They're always doing that, and I like how they gave the homegrown person the satisfaction and the favor over the outsider. I like that. But yeah, you're saying, Bobby?
No, like for me, this is what I think. As far as the win, I had no issue with Flair winning it, because I think what happened was that Flair to keep their bout going or what have you, and also to give the storyline that she can't beat Flair, because Flair has gotten the best of her in so many instances. But to me, when I watched the match, no, I'm not expecting every wrestling match to be smooth. No, I actually like it to look kind of as real as possible. But you could just tell it was just really not much chemistry between the two. It's like
that's why I liked it better, because like it didn't come off as like a formulaic, laid out, worked wrestling match. It came out like a fight. Fights are supposed to be pretty, and fights are supposed to be like seem choreographed. So that's why I liked it more than Bianca and whatever her name's, Becky.
Billy.
I think Ronda lost a step. When again, it's that thing when she came in the first time, she was very well protected, and she went off to have a kid, and then came back, and I'll be honest with you, it was rushed. They're trying to make her like a female Brock Lesnar, because that's again it would fit in very well to the lazy booking of the WWE to have that female Brock Lesnar. But Ronda, yeah, she doesn't seem something. It's like she's not into it, and I don't. For also, she's a bully. And I've said this before. She's a bully in real life because she was raised to be a bully. Because her mom is fucking the most terrifying. Like as bad as Ronda is, her mom will kill everybody with a broken leg and no eyesight. So you can't have her be coming out there waving and being smiley and everything. You got to let her. You got to be the bully.
Yes.
And she has to get the idea that when you're a heel and people are booing you and throwing shit at you and what have you, that's actually your applause. But yeah, I mean, it's them going back to the well with the Charlotte and the Ronda thing and that 3-person match they had back in the WrestleMania a couple of years ago. It's a thing of also, and that's the other thing too. It's like Charlotte is probably the greatest female wrestler that ever was, but the thing is, they're running into the same problem that they're going to run in with Roman. It's who are they going to
Who's next?
feed her? And also, and they're going to run into the problem where now she does have several options to go other places, including the place where her fiance is. So to keep her happy, and you Rhea Ripley, you buried. Like Sasha, that's been, Bailey. I'm sure when Bailey comes back, Bailey will get a run, but Bailey never should have been injured to begin with. Again, it goes back to the stupidity of the WWE. Why are you having her run the ropes? All of a sudden when they were going back to live shows, it's like it's Bailey. Why the hell is she running ropes? Like some kind of first timer.
Building on your point about Andrade being in AEW, and earlier when you talk about how people Vince is what you're getting over too much, right? It seems to me the great irony is that the most biggest stars and the most successful people in wrestling, right, have been people who told Vince to fuck off and hold him on the belt, whether it was The Rock or Austin. Like, I'm not jobbing for Brock Lesnar or Shawn Michaels. Like, I'm gonna no show or like walk out if I get my way, or Rock like I'm going to Hollywood, or the Click who will like walk out, or even though this isn't Vince or WWE, right? There's the story that the late great Donna Dundee told me one time. I was talking to her. No, what's her name? Miss Dundee, the wife of was it Bobby Heaton? And she was telling me how one time Ric Flair was how he was in WCW. They had like a little chalkboard of the match lineup that night, and it was like him versus Finley, and nobody wanted to work with Finley back then or ever because he was like too snug and too stiff. So what he did is he erased that shit, and from then up until like later on in 2007, when both on SmackDown, right? They never fought 1-on-1. So it seems to me, the point of me saying this is that it seems to me that the people who found the most success, ironically, are the people who say, no, this is bullshit, or no, I'm gonna ransom you or hold you over a barrel or say fuck off. And I think this time and this culture has a bunch of people who don't do that and are like in fear of being liked or like being like kept. So it's to me it's a lack of clarity.
There's no other place. Prior to AEW, there was no other place that could pay them. Because if you go to TNA or Impact, you take the pay cut. You take the pay cut.
The witness protection program. You could like be the champion, prominently featured, and still be safe.
Yeah, so we allow you cash. They can't.
But you have AEW, you have Ring of Honor, you have all these other places, New Japan, all these other places you can go to and get a good payday. MLW, like.
Yeah, but see, the thing of it is it's kind of like WWE had been built up like that of the NBA. You feel me? AEW don't be on ESPN. Not like that. WWE is. WWE is more commercial. You feel me? So what, like for example, if I go from WWE, because WWE is the top of the food chain,
Man.
which is unfortunate because at one point they wasn't, but they're the top of the food chain as we speak. So it's kind of like anything else that the person goes to is chunk food, meaning that unless you really love professional wrestling, if you take like the people that's coming into WWE now, if they leave WWE, they're not going to go to the independents. They're not going to go to AEW. They're not going to go to MLW because to them, it's not about professional wrestling. It's about I get to be in WWE, possibility of being in the movies, possibly becoming a celebrity.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you're right about that.
You feel what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's kind of like a lot of people ask me, why does Dolph Ziggler not leave? Because Dolph Ziggler look at it like this. No, I'm not getting a title run. No, I'm not getting the shit that I want, but I'm getting paid out the ass. And some of them give more shit about the money aspect. Because like I said, even with Daniel Bryan, he could have stayed in WWE and collected the check and probably got maybe another title run here and there. But he loves professional wrestling. That's why he left. You feel where I'm coming from? Same thing with Moxley. Because they want to be used. They just don't want to get a paycheck and not get used. Yeah. They rather take the pay cut and be used than I get paid out the ass and I got to sit home half the damn time. So that's a lot of motherfuckers.
So kind of like how like Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens like re-signed because it's like more about like financial stability, right?
Yeah.
Like, and all right, cool.
Yeah. So like I said, we talked about the Charlotte match with Ronda Rousey. So let's go ahead and get to the last two things of night one, so we can get to night two. Cody is returned back to WWE, and I felt like I was watching AEW.
Yeah, that was a mind trip seeing AEW's Cody Rhodes on WrestleMania in WWE. That was a mind trip. I know that he's been there as Randy Orton's lackey, or Stardust, or Dashing Cody Rhodes, or Hardcore Holly's tag team partner, but it was still like a mind trip seeing Cody Rhodes from AEW in WWE wrestling on WrestleMania against Tyler Black.
Interesting. So let's do his Ring of Honor. Very good match, even though the outfits made me think the American Revolution or England versus Scotland. Because damn if your boy didn't come down looking like a Scottish king or lord. Seth Rollins. Very good match. Of course, Cody gets the win, which I knew that was going to happen. Was any of y'all surprised that Cody came down?
How could you be surprised? Dave Meltzer and Brian Alvarez made sure to let us know it's Cody.
The crowd was surprised, but then people got to remember, a lot of people go to WrestleMania, they're not smart marks.
I don't think they were surprised. I think they were just hyped.
It's, again, there's wrestling and then there's WWE, and I still stand by the statement that this was probably the dumbest move he could have made. Because they're gonna give him a nice little ride in the first couple of months, and then once the shine is gone, they're gonna, once the honeymoon's over, they're gonna bury his ass in the mid car. Hello, 24/7 title.
You think so?
And his ego, he had a sweet spot. He probably could have moved on over to Ring of Honor and had a whole new resurgence there. And it was all about ego and that stupid neck tattoo. And now right now he's special because it was in the interest of the WWE to make him special. And they'll probably keep him special long enough to feed him to Roman. And then, hello, mid-card. And, but again, he'll get paid. I just think it was and his failing or whatever money he wasn't able to get in AEW was his own fault because you were never there. You were never there. You were never there. And I like Cody. I'm a Cody fan, even with the neck tattoo. I wanted to see more of Cody on TV, and I would have loved to see him in this new Ring of Honor getting in the mix somehow. But you and your wife are just kind of in this weird atmosphere where you're
No,
trying to become the first.
I'm gonna tell you what I found funny. That it came out in the news that he was talking about. He mentioned the fact that he was like, I can't be a 17-time TNT champion.
You did say that.
Dude, you put yourself in that position with that dumbass stipulation that you had against Jericho.
I will never wrestle for the AEW championship ever again if I fucking win.
You dumb as shit. Because I guarantee if he never put it out there, he probably Hangman Page would not right now, honestly, it probably would have been Omega would have got the belt from Cody. It wouldn't have been Mox. Mox would have probably got the belt down the line. Page, he would have been a while before we saw Page with the belt.
But here's the thing: when you look at the history of AEW, Cody was there, but he wasn't there. And like again, the Young Bucks should have tagged. The Young Bucks and Omega should have the women's and tag division taken away from them, and they should not be allowed to book unless they're willing to sit on the sidelines for an indeterminate amount of time and not wrestle. And they have their downsides. And I also think letting them get too much of their own way is a bad thing. But I will say this. You can shit on Kenny Omega all you want. Kenny Omega basically worked himself into the ground because he wanted the ball. They gave it to him. And then he went to like 3 different companies, won their championships, wrestled at every chance, and wrestled himself into a hole where he had to take time off. The Bucks are there every week. Adam Page and his little fucking giddy up, pony putting quarters in the little machine in front of the drugstore, riding that horse into the AEW arena every week. All those guys are there, and they are part of AEW. It was AEW, and then there was the Cody segment or the Cody feud, and Cody just became a big old eagle trip, and he was never part of the AEW fabric because it became, somebody beats me up. Then we have a match and I lose and I go away. Then I go do something. And then when I'm done with that project, I come back and then big triumphant victory. Yeah, and then I disappear for a while too, and so on. But he was never part of AEW, and that's his fault. And that's his booking because him and his wife are trying to be the next incarnation of Triple H and Stephanie. And you know what? They weren't a couple like that. But like, if Cody would have given everything he had to AEW and not worried about stupid reality shows or bad gong show reprisals, he would have probably been the champ, or he'd be feuding with Adam now. And you could have created a really interesting storyline where he gets around that stipulation and then gets this belt off the guy. Because one of the downsides to AEW, to the guy who called me a fucking WWE mark, is that the AEW titles, half of them don't mean shit because they're just there. They don't have any sense of urgency or importance. And the world title is one. His failure in AEW is all Cody's fault. And the fault of his ego and his wife.
What you about to say, Brandon? Hold on, let Brandon speak real quick.
Yeah. Real quick about Cody. So I agree with you, but at the same time, and again, I'm not a mind reader. I don't really know what Cody's thinking. But you don't think that all these outside ventures that he's doing, you don't think that like it's probably good exposure for AEW by residual effect?
Well, like, it's more of you're starting a wrestling company, so I mean, if you're gonna have guys do things like Darby was apparently I think he was in the new Jackass movie. I mean, a little exposure is good, but you're starting a wrestling company and you left the WWE because you felt you were a top guy and you weren't being treated as one. And you carved your own path, and then this golden opportunity lands in your lap, and then you're never there. And also, again, you never really made yourself. So it's one thing: are you a wrestler or are you a reality TV star?
I think Kobe. I said Kobe. I think Cody, whether wittingly or unwittingly, was like opening like all these like other like trade ports, for AEW's benefits. Like I feel like he's like the most mainstream star they have, because he's also like opening his floodgates to the mainstream.
I never got
But-
the mainstream thing from Cody. I
Okay.
get it. He was doing a show. He was doing whatever with the reality show. The reality show.
I thought it's
like this. Let me say this.
he's like setting up shop, perhaps. I don't know.
The thing with Cody and to harken on both y'all points is that when Cody took himself out of the title picture, it killed Cody's character. Because Cody, prior to this, NWA World Champion, Ring of Honor World Champion, he was collecting belts. People expected him to be, it goes back to get the people what they want. People was expecting Cody to be champ at some point. Cody chose not to be world champ because that means that now if I'm world champ, I can't make them moves outside of wrestling because I have to be around as a champ.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I agree with you, but not necessarily.
But you got to understand, think like he thinks. Because, for example, you grew up in the days of Ric Flair, your dad. You saw what world champions did. You get what I'm coming from? For him to make that stipulation to take himself out of the world title picture is because he felt that he could not handle being a world champion for AEW because of other shit he had going on.
I agree that that's probably what happened, but that's also like antiquated thinking. Not on your part, but on Cody's part. If that's the case.
Yeah.
Because like you bring up Hulk Hogan, right, and Ric Flair, but what about John Cena? Like that's one reason why they made him champion.
But John Cena was there every week. Even though John Cena might have had movies, but when John Cena was champ, we saw him every week.
Or Make-A-Wish, or other outside stuff.
And too, also, how much this media shit he's doing is on behalf of AEW. Now, let's keep it real. That show he was on, the big show, wherever it is, he didn't mention AEW on there. You get what I'm coming from? John Cena, when he did public appearances, it was to promote WWE shit. Cody has not done one public meet, greet, what have you, that promoted AEW. It was about promoting Cody and Brandy. You get what I'm coming from?
Yeah. No, you're right.
John Cena, he did his movies, but he came back and wrestled. He never stopped being a full-time wrestler. Even when he did his movies, we knew he went and did his movies. But soon that movie was over, guess what? He's back on the full-time schedule. He got the belt on. He's going around pumping WWE, talking WWE the whole nine. Think about it. He was on Howard Stern for a movie talking WWE shit. We didn't get that from Cody.
I see him. I used to see John Cena on the news in my younger days, talking WWE on the news.
Yeah. So when you have Cody, who's supposed to be your biggest star, who sit here and scream, I want to be the booker. The booker has to be around. Your dad was a fucking booker. You never heard Dusty had so much shit going on. He had shit going on with territory. Damn, the motherfucker won't there every day to goddamn book at WCW.
You know, here's an example. I sold one of my past lives. I sold weed in New York City, and I was making good money. And my boss and I had arguments, screaming matches, because he was telling me to take a day off or go home or whatever, because I was given a spot and I was making money. So like I'd be like, well, I could work 7 days, or I could come in on my days off and come in for a few hours and help with something or do something. Same thing now that I'm doing the porn. I had a conversation with a very prominent male talent, and I told him, I said, if you open this door for me and you give me a chance to do this, we are eventually going to have the argument where you're going to tell me to take a day off or not fly here or fly there or do this, or you're pushing yourself too hard or whatever. Because if you give me a spot or you give me an opportunity to really go forward, I'm there. Like I said, I'm there until I break. Like I go stone cold, where I drive myself insane, take some time off, come back, push myself so hard I drive myself insane again, get a new wife, go back out there, drive myself insane, get a new wife, and so on, because it's an opportunity. Cody got this opportunity and then just kind of went off and decided to become the Cody show and not the AEW show. And he was, at the time of the signing, regardless of Omega, Jericho was their biggest star. Like he could have been the cornerstone of that company, and he chose to do other shit because again, him and his wife have this delusional sense of grandeur, and it's a shame because Cody is a great wrestler, and if he would have just went with the heel thing, and his wife, if she, at least she understood, I'm a heel, boo me, but again, she tried to shove herself into stuff that there's no reason for you to be here, and yeah, I mean, his undoing. I wouldn't have gave him Punk money either. I wouldn't have given him the book either because I would have offered him Ring of Honor had he had stayed, but with the exception of you need to cut it out or cut back with this other shit. You want to do other shit, that's great, but you got to do that on your schedule.
Because let's be real. Soon as he signed with WWE, that show he was on gone. The reality show he had gone.
Yeah.
You feel me? So in essence,
they'll probably get a new one.
Yeah, probably so on USA Network, but on YouTube like they doing Carmella and
Isn't Brandy doing some show about wine or something?
Yeah, she's a cooking show where they drink and they cook. I watched it. It's pretty good. I can't even complain. Her outside of the ring, she's a wonderful person. It's just her character in the ring sucks.
I met Cody Rhodes before. He's a very cool guy. Like,
yeah. So, but I enjoyed him coming back. He's screaming that he wants to be pushed to the world title. I don't see him winning the world title, even though if you think about it, out of everybody that's on the roster, he's probably the most likely that could actually win the belt.
Well,
because of notoriety.
I don't see him win the belt. And, like, I don't even see them pushing him that far to that level, even though despite the fact that he does have a similar story to Drew, like, he went away, he got better, got more over, and got right. I don't know. I see him more as like them pushing him more as like upper mid Carter at best.
I mean, it's a good possibility. I think because the only way I say I think they might put the belt on for a little bit is just to screw it to AEW.
Which
try to attract
belt? The main belt?
The main belt. Because the reason why I say that is because the biggest question everyone's saying, because of course the first name that came out of everybody's mouth, who you gonna feed Roman to, who you gonna feed the Roman next is Cody.
Well, I agree. I disagree with both of you. I could see Cody very much winning the world title because honestly, especially now that there's just one, winning the world title in the WWE, it don't really mean nothing in this day and age. It really doesn't mean anything because look, Jinder Mahal won it, Drew McIntyre won it, Big E won it. It doesn't have. I gotta say, of all the world titles, it means the less. I mean, if you want Coke Classic name brand recognition, sure. To the average non-educated fan, sure, WWF champion. But yeah, Cody could have 3 or 4 runs. It ain't gonna make a difference because it's how you're presented as champion. It's how you like you said, McIntyre. Like your girl, I'll tell you why your girlfriend likes McIntyre. He's a good wrestler, and the guy's fucking gorgeous. If I was sitting at a bar and Drew McIntyre hit on me, it wouldn't be no, man, leave me alone. It'd be no, No, well, what are you talking about, Drew? Like, exactly how far do you want to push it? What are you thinking? What are you doing? Because Drew is a Greek god, and why wouldn't you have the belt on this guy? It's the title does not have.
Out of the names that you just named, he had the strongest run.
And that's and unfortunately that's sad because his run was and also like again look at Bobby Lashley, like what he's been reduced to, and it's the title doesn't have that cachet that like the average fan think it does. It's kind of like when somebody pulls up in a Bentley or something and they think, oh, everybody's gonna be impressed. I'm gonna be like, nah, dude, you could have a house and a car and a college fund for your kid for what you pay for that car. Like I kind of think you're an idiot for driving a Bentley. It's doesn't have the cachet. So I could totally see Cody getting the belt, but they're probably gonna make them a shit champion and just but
to get the belt now you have to beat Roman. That's not happening.
But the thing with the belt now though is they put all their eggs in literally the Roman basket. So whoever beats him, it really does have to be a huge deal. Yeah. And it really does have, but that's the thing. They don't.
That's
the
not
only reason why Roman got
this, about that, and it's not believable. Cody's gonna beat Roman for the belt. What the fuck?
But it's the only reason why Roman got this spot is because they've been trying to do this since 2015.
They've been trying to make Roman the next Cena for ever since the Shield.
And they finally got the formula right, which was what everybody was telling them they needed to do.
Turn his ass heel, which he should have been from jump.
Get rid of the girdle, dry up the hair a little bit, and make him a heel. And they got him a towel. They took off the girdle. They made him a heel. And there you go. But now it's like, okay, you don't make stars no more. You just collect wrestlers and you claim, oh, this person's a big deal now. So now you have an actual star. Who's the fuck's gonna beat him now? I mean, you're good for the time being by letting him win, but at some point, it's
because see, the thing about it is, even with Cody, because Cody is hot, and it depends upon how hot he is and remains, he's the obvious choice. Because everybody else, you know, fucking buried. He's the only one that's fresh. because you're not going to bring Braun Breaker up to beat him. Because now you got to build. The only other person I can see that they would build to take it from him is Gable Stevens, which we'll get to him in a second. Because the way they build it, Gable Stevens now. You know, period. But to be honest with you, I can see Cody eventually becoming champ because it'd be more of, if we want to steal some of these AEW wrestlers when their contracts come up, we have to show them that we treat AEW guys well. What better way than to put the belt on the guy who was one of the founding members who jumped ship?
By the way, is Cody still like? Does he still have like a stake in AEW? Like, how's that working out?
It's not he had a stake. He was just VP. He was just one of the main talents, one of the VPs. He's one of the guys that's running it. He doesn't. He's not getting money from it. You get where I'm coming from? Because his contract was that of VP/talent.
So is the VP title? Is that like a legitimate title? Or
it was a legitimate title. It was a legitimate title. It for all three of them, for all of them. It was a legitimate title. So
is he still technically the VP of AEW? Like, how does that work?
Nah, when he signed, he gave that up. Actually, it was taken from him. It was taken from him by Tony Khan.
Okay.
You know, which was understandable because once again, if you're my VP, you got to be here.
And he has none of himself in the company left. Like, no money, nothing.
Okay. Nothing. Yeah. So with that being said, we can move on from Cody and Seth Rollins because I'm pretty sure that was going to be his first program moving forward. They'll probably wrestle again. Now, the highlight of the night for me, because I'm a Stone Cold fan, Stone Cold Steve Austin made his return after 19 years to Wrestlemania.
And again, this was a mind trip. Austin came back and he wrestled. That was a mind trip.
And he took some bumps. Suplex on the floor, ran to the ring post.
Christ.
It felt like I was back in the Attitude Era to a certain extent.
It felt like a dream. Like I saw this like last night. Austin coming back and Cody coming back, right? Felt like Edge coming back, and it felt like Daniel Bryan coming back, right? And all those things have something in common to me. Like, it felt like somebody coming back from the dead, or like a ghost coming back. And I compared all of those returns, right, to like a dream I had of my dad one time when he was just alive again. And like, it was the same day, except he was just here back. It was just like mad, like very trippy and surreal. And that's just the vibe I got when I saw Austin wrestling in 2022, 19 years later. It's just very surreal.
He still look good. I knew it wasn't going to be no match. I knew it was going to be a fight. I like the fact that Kevin
all the
Owens
smoking
said,
in the world.
Yeah. I like the fact that Kevin Owens said, I brought you down here because I want to have a match with you. Fuck the bullshit. And I was like, okay. I like the way they did that.
Talk so bullshit, just bullshit.
Yeah. And I liked it. And I liked the stunner. I even like the fact that he took a stunner from Kevin Owens. You know what I'm saying? I was like, okay. I was like, shoot, Stone Cold might come back for one more if he wanted to, which I doubt he will. Billy, what was your thought on the Stone Cold return?
Yeah. Billy, anything to say?
No, I mean, it was, they protected him and everything, and it was probably the best way to do it. I knew they were going to have, I wasn't surprised they had him close the show. I saw that coming because, and again, it was one of the rare incidences where if they were going to bring somebody in or bring somebody back, it should close the show. One of the running bad things about of the many of the WWE is that they bring back old stars that aren't there every day, and then they
Put them over the
essentially
people who
bury them to the
Yeah.
guys, to the old guys, and everything, and then they just assume it's going to be, oh yeah, no, I'll come Monday, we'll forget it.
That's why
But
they call it winning.
no, I mean, they
And
protected
Roman
me on
winning.
Stone Cold. I would just leave it at this, and the law of diminishing returns. I mean, there were certain moments in this match and the next night where you could tell, for a guy his age, he's in fantastic shape, but he is a guy his age, and you could see in some of the movements that,
Vince?
like, you're kind of moving like an old
Well, of
man.
course, Vince, but
Come on.
also in Stone Cold to a certain extent. Because even
In
with
good
Stone Cold,
shape. Look,
well, Vince wasn't in good shape. We'll get to Vince in a minute.
He
We'll
was
get
in-
to that.
all right,
But
we'll
with
get
Stone
to
Cold, no, he was in good shape.
He was in good shape.
And everything. And like I said, for him to do as long of a match as he did,
Yeah.
and to give as much as he did was shocking because, we got Sting here. We didn't get, you get what I'm saying?
He took $1 million bucks.
Yeah.
1 million more than Dr. Chase ever taken in his life ever again.
Yeah. Oh, Trump, he was sore Monday morning. He was sore this morning. Yeah, it was for sure. So like I said, I enjoyed the return. I loved it and everything, and I'm glad that he beat Kevin Owens. And it put over Kevin Owens in many ways.
Yeah. And this didn't kill Kevin Owens. Like, Kevin Owens will be fine.
Yeah. Oh no, he could take that loss. So now we out of night one. Let's get to night two. Whew. Now this night, I'm just gonna say this was the night that I really didn't give two shits about. And trust me, we're not gonna spend a lot of time on night two because it really won't much. Gable Stevens is what I see they about to push the hell out of him.
Yeah.
RK Bro retained their titles in this what was it, 3-way, which I like the fact that they actually allowed one member of each team to be in the ring, so they didn't do it the old WWE way where you have a 3-way, but they treat it as a 2-team tag match almost.
Like yeah.
Yeah, I like that. And I'm happy that RK Bro retained because I don't see why you should take the belts off him right now.
Nah.
Of course, everybody got together and celebrated. Gable Stevens, I guess, already setting up his first beef, which would probably be against Chad Gable, because he slapped shot his hand and gave him a nice slam. I swear, Gable Stevens didn't seem like he was too happy to be there, in my opinion. For the time they brought him out or what have you, they ain't let the motherfucker talk. I'm like, y'all ain't gonna let him do a promo or something?
What?
Period. So, but I'm curious to see what they're gonna do with him. And when he's supposed to start. I don't know if they're gonna make him a Brock Lesnar, they're gonna make him a Kurt Angle type. And my question is, are we looking at the guy that's gonna take the belt off Roman Reigns at some point?
Well, is he starting soon? Like, when's he gonna start?
Some tell me he probably show up on Raw tonight or next week. Because I would think they would put him through NXT first, but something telling me they about to bring him main roster.
You know what? You know a story I thought of. So I'm gonna skip ahead to main event, right? When Brock damn near broke Roman's arm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they could do like an angle. All right, I'm the unified champion, right? But like, oh, my arm is fucked up. I gotta like relinquish the belt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's the way to take it off Roman. And then, what? You disagree?
No. I'm following you.
And then Roman could come back and get it or whatever. So like maybe because I'm trying to figure out like who would take it from him. Nobody. Maybe Stevenson. So maybe Stevenson could win in a tournament or something, right?
Oh, we know WWE ain't doing no tournament. That's funny. They can sit there and the belt be up for grab. They'll do a multi-man shit.
There'll be a
a tournament would be hot, but Vince ain't got patience.
Well, because he's a legit collegiate athlete, right? So that'll be right up his alley. But or maybe somehow he just gets the title, like a ladder match or something, like whatever, right? And then maybe Roman Reigns comes back, he's all healed up. All right, bro, I want my title back. They can do that maybe, and maybe Roman gets the win back, or maybe Gable can just beat the new man. I don't know.
But I mean, I'm curious to see what they're gonna do with him.
I don't know how. I suggest that I don't know any other way to take it off of him, other than he's just hurt.
I mean, but like I said, it's gonna take somebody they build up strongly, which they have not built up to take it off of him. Because the person you did build up, he just lost. Which we'll get to that. We'll get to that match in a minute. I think next up after that tag match was I think Omos and Bobby Lashley
for TV versus Lashley, right?
Billy, I'm gonna let you start. I'm gonna let Billy start this one.
Go ahead, Billy.
What did you think about the Lashley Omos match, Billy?
See what I have to put up with, Brandon?
What?
See what I have to put up with? It's like, okay, we're gonna take the worst match. Billy, my wife friend, why don't you just, this is what I gotta put up with. Do you hear the wheels? The wheels are coming. He's just like, I want a cartoon image. So like, if we ever get to a video level of the show, I want literally just a cartoon Kavanaugh grabbing me by my scruff of my neck and my pants and just going, hey, so they did this like weird angle, blah, blah, blah. Billy, what do you think? Boom. And then, he just, no, basically, it was kind of a big middle finger. They the same middle finger they gave to the New Day, where it's like, if you buried him in this whole title thing, you sacrificed him for the sake of this Roman Lesnar match, which you didn't need to do. So what do? Do you give him something that can keep him strong and something that could set him, out there, give him you put him with a guy who basically looks like Samaj. That's an inside joke, but he looks like a gigantic Samaj, and he talked about Green, and Bobby won, but who gives a shit? And it's like, you could have gave him a more important match, or just left him off the card and played up the injury and have him come back and do some devastating shit to make him the new challenger for Roman. But it's that thing of, you just took a guy that you didn't need to bury, and you buried him, and it.
And you gave him a consolation match.
Because here's the thing, Bobby Lashley, if I, again, $1 million, one of those guys, hits on you in the bar, it'd be like, no, question mark. Looks good in the suit, educated, smart, served his country, amazing talent, legitimate badass, yada, yada, yada. And, you were booking him strong, and then, I don't know what happened, maybe, I don't know, black. I don't know why the WWE is burying him, because he's black, and they're not giving him the same love, Black. And but now, what are you going to do with him now? What are you going to do with him? Like, you're going to have to now rehab him before you put him in the title picture. I mean, because again, he beat somebody, yes, but what's the point of the victory?
He beat the guy who was like undefeated for like, what, a year or whatever it's been. And he
but
also,
he's a stooge.
Omar's okay. Let's look at the core of this. Okay.
The what?
The core. Who the fuck Omar be? Who the fuck Omar be?
A bunch of geeks. You're right.
Yeah. See, it's a difference if he beat Andre the Giant. If Lashley beat Andre the Giant. Why? Because Andre the Giant cachet been built up for so many years, and he seems so unbeatable and so strong.
It's funny you say that, because I actually saw this match as like a callback to Andre and Hogan. With Bob Lashley playing the role of Hogan and like almost playing the role of Andre.
Yeah. And it's like, with Andre, you're talking about decades of built to that match. Because no one for a second thought that Hogan was going to beat Andre, or let alone slam him. That's how much it was that built. I can't sit here and say that I at any point thought that Omos was going to beat Bobby Lashley in that match. Because that shows you how much they did not build Omos. Omos is the biggest motherfucker you have on your roster. Actually, he shouldn't even have wrestled Lashley. He shouldn't even been on WrestleMania. You should have been feeding him guys, and he decimated. Then you give him a big feud. That first feud should not have been Bobby Lashley. It could have been anybody else. You could have gave him Kevin Owens. You could have gave him I'm trying to think of anybody else. You had him beat the shit out of what Apollo Crews and his man. But you never gave him
Commander
a marquee.
Sneeze.
Yeah. You never gave him a marquee feud that made him a big man, that made him a threat to the point where we look at him and Lashley say, oh man, but I don't know if Lashley can handle this. We never got that from Omos because they never gave no Omos a feud that made him a credible threat to a guy like Lashley. Now, to give you an example what I mean by that, Braun Strowman. I don't need to say no more. Braun Strowman, the way they built him, that's how they should have built Omos. Braun Strowman did not take a loss for a minute. And when he did have a high-profile feud, he dominated it because he was a monster.
And his first loss was against the top guy, Roman Reigns.
Basically, going for the title in a feud, and Roman barely beat him.
Exactly.
Roman survived that match. You feel me? With Bobby Lashley, I don't feel like he survived that match. I don't feel like he was ever in peril during this match. He was just against a bigger dude. And that's what I mean by that. You can't have a dude like Omos go into a match against Bobby Lashley and he doesn't look like a monster his goddamn self. Because he's the bigger dude. Actuality, it should have been Bobby won barely by outsmarting him, not he overpowered him.
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. A collegiate superstar wrestler and a legitimate MMA martial artist and pro wrestler with a lot of experience.
Versus a bouncer, a bar bouncer. That's what used to be.
Yeah, basically didn't, like you said, he should have been able to tie him up in knots the entire time and take him off his feet. And
yeah. So knowing this about Bobby Lashley, how the fuck I supposed to believe Omos, who you didn't even build up as a dominating
WWE told you that was
monster, supposed to take him down? I wouldn't believe. I could barely believe that Omos could beat AJ Styles to a certain extent. You get where I'm coming from?
I hear you.
When you have a guy that size, it's like we go back to Lance Archer. I can never take Lance Archer serious because you done had him lose too many goddamn times. Why would Bruce Brody such a viable big man?
Yeah.
How many times did Bruce Brody lose?
On Lance real quick. Like I remember Lance. I didn't see Lance in Japan or other feds before I watched AEW, but I did. I remember him in WWE when he's like pretty much like a one tier from being a job guy.
Yeah. and trust me, Japan built up Lance Archer as a monster way more than any other promotion. Because he was a part of the Killer Elite Squad with him, which I hate they broke up that tag team, him and David Boy Smith Jr. But the point being is that because y'all had this dude take losses, I can't look at him as a monster. I can't look at Omos as a monster because you ain't gave me a reason to look at Omos as a monster because you didn't feed him anybody of importance for him to eat. So if anything, this should have been a squash match when Omos dominated Bobby Lashley and Bobby Lashley had to come back and reconfigure stuff. You just buried Omos. You just buried Omos with this match. In all intents purposes. No, Lashley good.
Okay.
Omos did not look good in this loss. Omos just got buried.
He never looks good. Like he's like he's like a 5-trick pony, but like Omos barely does one trick. It's
but he wrestles as a big man. We're not expecting Omos to go do flippy dippies. We want him to be a giant that just dominates.
He only has one move, and that's the Great Khali Slam.
Yeah, and that's most giants. Name with Andre the Giant, especially when he got older. How many moves? What was his move set?
I remember.
My point exactly.
I'm actually watching John Studd versus Andre in a cage match. And again, Andre wasn't, the young Andre of the 70s where he would do some high flying stuff. He's moving well. But again, he's behaving like a giant. And when he makes himself vulnerable, he's doing it in a way that makes sense. Like he just missed a kind of a raised Harley race type headbutt, and he's giving Studd a chance to kind of go for getting out of the cage, but he did it. It's believable. Like Andre does not get the credit because again, WWE revisionist history. You only see the late '80s Andre. Andre was a ring tactician. He had psychology, and that's the main thing that I beat to death. Everybody's athletic. Everybody can do these moves. Everybody can, look good in like an outfit. Psychology and why you would do something has become all the more important. We've come full circle where high spots and being able to do cool moves is not enough anymore. Like Swerve, good wrestler. I like him, but it's like, okay, I get it. You're a really cool guy.
Everybody do what you do.
But like, what's your come on, psychology? Like, what do you, give me something, like, Wheeler Yuta has been giving me more psychology, lately.
And Lee Moriarty, his shit makes sense when I watch his matches. Even though he does high flying shit, he don't do it to the extent that it overtakes the match.
Yeah.
Period. And then, like I said, with Omos, he posed to wrestle as a giant. He's not supposed to have much of a moveset. His moveset should be a choke slam, boot, chop, and punch. That's it.
Even if he was the wrestler of the type of Lou Thez, and he can do gymnastics like Mary Lou Retton, and he could do ballet better than Baryshnikov. Nobody wants to see that. You're really super tall, like you said, choke slam, lumber around. If somebody's gonna take you off your feet, they got to hit you 6 times, or hit you, or like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna attack you before the match and injure your knee, and then like a dastardly heel, I'm gonna attack that knee the whole match.
Lashley didn't even work on it. Lashley did power moves against a giant. When you watch,
when you look at Lashley, if Lashley attacks a body part, you don't have that body part no more. Because look at Lashley, but somebody like Almost, it's believable that this dude could still have a leg after Bobby Lashley gets done with him.
Yeah,
but again, they fired everybody that actually is a wrestler. They just tell this guy to go out there and look tall. No one's teaching this kid the psychology of being a giant. There is a psychology and a way to be a big man. And if you do it right, you can work for 50 years. Andre probably could have worked until he was 60, but it was disease and it was his condition that killed him. Because when you work like a big man, if you do it right, you do the big bumps for the big matches at the right time. Yeah. And then you can, like I said, you can just keep going.
For example, the night, what was it? The night where they set up the match with him and Omos. He took Omos off his feet.
Yeah.
With one move.
Well,
Come on. Yeah. Omos shouldn't have came off his feet till it was time for Omos to get pinned. He suplexed Omos. Name a time that we saw Andre the Giant get suplexed.
Never.
Not on TV. Back in the day, it was either you had to pay for it to go to the arena or you had to go get it on a pay-per-view.
Yeah, but it was a rarity. Omos didn't look like a giant to me. He just like a big dude that is trying to wrestle. You feel what I'm coming from? And it's not even about... Go ahead.
No, sorry. To further your point, with Andre, people slammed him, people suplexed him or whatever. But it was a who's who around the world. It was Tony Atlas, Harley Race, El Connect. It was Hulk Hogan. It was I'm trying to remember who else. I believe even for his time his standing at the time, the Ultimate Racist was somebody who slammed him. So it was a veritable who's who back in the day of who got to take him off his feet. Whereas now anybody, their grandmother. Like, oh, we got to sell this stupid, this Kmart version of WrestleMania coming up, Backlash. So have whoever we're going to put him with take him off his feet. And it's like, no. Again, Harley Race, El Connect. And for those of you who don't know, El Connect was a legendary legendary Mexican wrestler, up there with El Santos and Mils Mascaras. You know,
And
Tony
Blue Demon.
Atlas, Kamala,
Yeah.
you know, who was a top guy for a lot of years up until his last run with The Undertaker, was a top guy everywhere he went and a main eventer. Only the best of the best took Andre off his feet.
Yeah.
And he never did it.
And mentioning Kamala, who was pushed, you didn't see Kamala come off his feet until it was a big match. And mind you, it took a cut, like, for example, even with Dusty Rhodes, it took Dusty Rhodes 2 matches to finally get the best of Kamala. Because they protected their giants, they protected their big men.
And that's the other thing. It's the heel that stirs the drink. It's, you know, like basically going into any major event, or if you want to sell tickets, it's the baby face that's supposed to be laying face down, and or oh my God, what's going to happen now? Like when the baby face gets to come up, it's before the event even happens on the heel. It's like, okay, well, I was going to see the guy finally get his ass kicked. You just showed it to me on TV. Why am I taking my kids and putting them in the car and dragging the wife and buying the tickets and buying all the overpriced concessions and buying the overpriced merch? You just showed me the guy getting his ass handed to him.
Yeah, and then on top of that, they did pump up the fact he was undefeated.
Yeah.
So
in a throwaway match, because they couldn't think of anything better for
so think about it. So in essence, Omos looked worse coming out of this match than he did walking in. So to me, in essence, they buried a potential WWE Wrestlemania main eventer just to have a match to fill time, because that what this was a time filler.
Mm-hmm. And you could have fed him a tag team. You could have fed him 2 guys, because that's the thing. Give Omos a manager. Give him, have him beat guys. Hell, it works with anybody. Muda, when he made his first appearance as the Great Muda, would beat guys at 3 at a time on TV, and he wasn't a gigantic dude. And here's the thing, and actually, Brandon made a really good point. And there's a difference earlier about like being predictable. There's a certain rhyme or reason to storytelling, and in a way, yes, certain things are predictable. But if you're telling the story and you're engrossing me in it, then it like the fact that like it's predictable doesn't come into play. But that's the thing. Like wrestling has gone through a thing where it was about the work rate. It became this all Japan like work rate stuff, and then it became about the high spots. And now I think everybody's equal in the sense that everybody can do all this stuff. Why are you doing it? You know, the old saying, I rake the eyes not because I have to, but because I want to. I attack your knee. Well, your finishing move is a kick or something. Why wouldn't I just attack your bad knee the entire match? It's the little things that engross you, because it is a theater. It is a form of theater, and that's what's kind of. But the theater has to make sense. You know, like the story has to make sense.
Yeah.
And the WWE just they don't really respect their fans. They with Tony Khan and some independents, I think they let the wrestlers just, kind of do what they want. They don't kind of put a parameter on them. With the WWE, it's just like, well, this is the thing this week, and then next week it'll be this thing. Just like, again, Dolph Ziggler, great wrestler, a great talent. Don't see him for 6 months. All of a sudden, now he's challenging for the world title, and it's a big deal because the WWE says so. And that's kind of their logic. They don't really respect their fans. They think whatever they say is gold. Yeah, and we're supposed to just buy into it. And they really don't think they're doing anything wrong. If you ask anybody that probably works there, or any of the top brass,
we know what we're doing. Yeah. We know what we're doing. No, you don't.
Yeah.
Which brings me to the next match, which was a complete jackass match, and I really don't want to stay on this one.
The Sami Zayn match?
You know what? I'm not even going to comment on it. I'm going to say this: shame on Sami. And whatever fate you suffer from here on out, it's your own doing. So save your money. You sold your soul for a check. Save your money. I refuse to talk about this match. I was embarrassed to be a wrestling fan.
I watched it in horror. I mean, don't get it twisted, there was some funny spots here and there, but
nah, the quote unquote comedy I didn't think was that funny.
But no. The funny part to me was when he kicked Wee Man in the face. That was funny.
I will chime in on this. I love the fact that
Get out of Wee Man.
Texas will repress women's rights. They'll encourage you to beat up trans children. They'll kill mentally challenged people, and they're proud that they hold the record for that. And of course, you can drink beer and own a gun without a permit and drive whatever, do all this other shit in Texas, and you're free as long as you're white and you're male and you're whatever. But you kick a midget, and that's just going too far. We don't cotton to kicking midget kicking around here, you know. Now I'm upset. And if I didn't have to go kill a man with a 70 IQ, I would give you the business and I continue to ream you out. But I got to go and stop a woman from being a woman or beat up a trans child. But stop with the midget kicking, door slam.
Oh my God!
I was actually glad that. No, I'm making a mistake. So this is night 2, right? I was glad. Especially, okay, when this match came on, like, I was glad that I was the only one in the room watching it and hearing it, because this is one of those matches that made me feel embarrassed to be a wrestling fan. Like, I would have been embarrassed if somebody was watching, somebody who wasn't a fan of wrestling watching this with me. Like, and that's probably the first time I've watched wrestling with a non-wrestling fan and felt embarrassed for a moment.
I was triggered. I was triggered. I had an anxiety attack watching that piece of shit. Vince McMahon, I hate your fucking guts for putting that match on. Look, I've never been a fan of Jackass like that, nor Johnny Knoxville. But the fact this motherfucker came out in the outfit they had on, this big ass diaper.
Not only that, Sami Zayn is very good, right? But he got beat up by an old man.
I have to give him props, man. He made that match look way better than what it was.
What it should have been. But still, Sami Zayn, who's like good, who used to be El Generico, right? Having bomb matches with Kevin Steen and and Elegant, right? He lost to an old man who almost died a couple days ago.
With a mousetrap.
Yes, he lost to an old man who, whatever.
With a mousetrap. and I'm just gonna leave that vision to our listeners.
I like how the gay mousetrap, right? The shit don't even work, but it works here.
He tried to put a lever, that shit didn't work, so that I was like, you know something? That's the perfect ending to this piece of shit of a fucking match. Like I said, night 2 had a lot of matches that I didn't give a shit about on it.
Well,
so
what's the next match?
Next match, I think, was the Fatal 4-Way for the women's tag team title. Another match I didn't give a shit about because we knew who were going to win just by the entrances. And on top of that, look, Corey Graves, I understand that you're a fucking Carmella. I get it. I understand. You a proud dude, even though you left your wife for this motherfucker. But dude, can you please take the cheerleading down about 10, nigga? You killing me. We know you fucking her. We don't need you to. You don't need to be a proud husband over there in the goddamn. Do your job. Commentate on the fucking match.
Corey Graves is just abysmal, and I heard recently that
I like his brother better.
I don't know. I just tired, and I wish they would see again a track record of the WWE not giving them what the fans they wanted. I would have much rather seen him get a stunner than Byron Saxton.
I heard he's cleared. I heard he's cleared, right?
Well, I mean, I guess whatever form of wrestling that he thinks he can do, as long as he's not on commentary. My only regret with, I mean, every time I hear Corey run his mouth, I just think to myself, like, dude, shouldn't you be busy fucking somebody not your wife? Like, why are you sitting here running your mouth? Like, don't you have somebody who's not your wife you should be fucking right now? So yeah, I can't.
Not a fan of old Corey.
I get it.
Oh no,
I get it. You know, he looks
me
like
personally, I like Corey
as a.
Me personally, I like Corey as a commentator.
Oh no,
I like him, but
I'd rather listen to my ex talk about her feelings.
But I don't like that every time Carmella comes out, it's just like sound like a proud husband. You sound like the proud husband that has no balls in your pants, and she got them.
I guarantee you. I don't know. Again, I don't really watch the WWE programming, but I guarantee you that's probably their very subtle way of eventually getting him back in the ring. That they're going to become some like evil power couple. But no, Fall Out Boy needs to shut the fuck up and either go back to wrestling or just, I don't know. I can't. The WWF commentary is so. That was one thing. The Ring of Honor, their commentary team, that was the best wrestling commentary I've heard in literally 10 years. Like, and even actually the one dude, like the tweet that I tweeted about it for our small Twitter account, they were the best commentary. But WWE commentary is just so unbelievably god awful.
It's so anyway, Naomi and Sasha Banks won the tag titles, a tag division that no one really gives a shit about. Actually, the NXT women's tag team titles are way more prestigious than them craps.
I'll say this, right? I'm glad that they took it off Carmella and
yeah.
By the way, shout out to Selena, right? She's right from Queens, down the block, 50 minutes away. What was I gonna say? I like the fact that they gave it to like a legit, like established team in Sasha and what's her name, Naomi, because remember they were part of Team Bad.
Yeah, actually, that is true. That is true.
As opposed to like another random makeshift team.
Yeah, because it's kind of like y'all have enough women that y'all could just make y'all could put some people as tag teams, or actually package some people as tag teams. That's a thought, But I forgot Vince don't like tag team wrestling, so never mind. I'm sorry, I'm making too much logic. I'm not Vince.
It's funny too, because I think his son Shane loves tag team wrestling. Because I was watching like some of his stuff the other day, right? Him versus Shawn Michaels. And like he busted out the demolition finisher and the doomsday device and the heart attack, and like the match he had with Batista and Triple H against Legacy. Again, he busted out all these tag team finishers, all these tag team moves, the high low, the fucking doomsday device, and all this other stuff. I'm thinking he's like a huge tag team fan, but meanwhile his dad hates tag team wrestling for some reason. So that was kind of interesting. All right, what's the next match?
Yeah. Next match was probably the match of the night for this night, which was Edge versus AJ Styles. Of course, was going to be.
I think so too.
Yeah, I think this was no surprise there with this match because they both are great workers.
Yeah,
I like the advancing of the storyline with Damian Priest and what the click that Edge is about to have, which I find it kind of crazy that y'all use WrestleMania to advance that storyline versus waiting until the next SmackDown.
This story actually kind of goes back a year beforehand when Edge came back again in last year, and he's walking backstage. He's like shaking hands with all the people, right? And he bumped into Damian Priest. He's like, "Yo, I can only imagine the conversation they had. Yo, bro, yo, I see you." He's like, "Bro, I see you fucks with that demonic shit. Bet next year I'm gonna have a match against AJ Styles, right? I need you to be my henchman." So yeah, that was kind of funny.
Yeah, because like I said, I mean, both men gave it their on their match. And like I said, it's just crazy how Damian Priest just standing there was another distraction for AJ to get speared. And
how did that I guess the idea for watching the TV, right? Supposed to think that he appeared out of nowhere, but like how did that work in front of the live audience? He's like, did someone see him walking through the crowd? Did he come out through the back?
Well, he probably came from the back, or what have you, and came through the crowd. And of course, the crowd is so uppity, they might see him and you hear they yelling, but because it's so much of a crowd, you don't really notice. But I'm curious to see who else he's going to have on his team as far as his clique. Like I said, I like the new look that he's coming with. He's slowly seeing the physical manifestation of him becoming a heel again. And I'm sorry, Edge as a heel, I'm all for it. Give me more. I love him as a heel. Billy, what's your thought on the match?
It was a good match. It was definitely one of the better ones. It feels like they're gonna go with some kind of Brood-esque stable. I thought the thing with him staring and not actually interfering and whatever was a little, I don't know, like off, but it's got to be better than what they've been doing. Because again, here's a guy, looks like $1 million, was over and everything else. And then from what I've heard, they've been giving him this stupid gimmick to work with. So I am interested to see what they're going to do with it. But I guess, it remains to be seen. But I like the match. I mean, it was definitely probably one of the better matches. But again, you had two guys with 20-some years experience each, going for it. Although I'm wondering, did they explain why he was bleeding from a weird angle?
Oh, he ran into the that big sign they had at Wrestlemania sign. He ran face first into it.
How do you run face first to it?
I don't know. He probably talked to somebody, won't paying attention, and then he walked up on it and turned and hit it. That's why his face got cut.
Oh, I thought maybe he walked into some logic and didn't see it being backstage, and it was just like, just, oops. Oh, wait. What? Something made sense. Okay, sorry.
God. So let's move on from that to, I guess everybody's highlighted tonight. Every podcast in wrestling that does wrestling, Pat McAfee, which I was not surprised that Pat McAfee stole the show. Pat McAfee, out of all the celebrities that didn't have, is probably the one that really understands wrestling.
I do have one question. I'm sorry to interrupt, because it's one of those things, if I don't bring it up now, I'm going to forget. I agree with where you're going, but I'm wondering, why does he stand and have a posture of an awkward 13-year-old girl? When he's giving a speech in the ring for that hype video, I'm like,
yeah,
okay. And do you like, Brian Johnson or Jordan Catalano? Like, why the fuck are you standing like that? You're the most, like, yeah, I don't know. He has the posture of like an awkward 13-year-old girl. I don't know. I can't unsee it.
No, I ain't gonna front. The entrance, I like the music, but I have to admit, I was a little disappointed. He comes out in the black jeans.
Yeah.
With the black gangster tee. I said, wait a second. So this is your opportunity to do WrestleMania. The dream you've been screaming that you want to do, and you come out like you just came from a cookout at your homeboy's crib. Gave a good match, though. I ain't gonna front. Him and Austin gave a good match.
Nice fun match.
He got the win, and then of course,
then we had the post match.
Cringe. In the words of me and Billy's favorite wrestling podcast, we talking about Jim Cornette, proud members. The afterbirth they could have fucking kept, because
that was bizarre. Like, what's the point of that?
Vince really wanted to have one more match, apparently. So Vince decides to get his ass in the ring. And I'm going to tell you what I find funny. Before Austin Theory even attacked your man, Vince was getting the best of him. So I'm supposed to believe a 70-year-old, damn near 80, dude that could barely walk down to the ring, barely made it down to the ring, was going to get the best out of a 34-year-old former football player.
Remember when Vince broke both his quads and all he did was walk down the ring?
Yeah.
And this old man beat up fucking Pat McAfee, who's like a guy in his prime.
Oh my God! I mean,
that buried Pat McAfee. Like
Pat McAfee, who looked like $1 million, now look like 2 cents.
You can't get too. Vince said, "Oh, you can't get too over, buddy."
Oh my God! I was sitting there like, please, Vince, don't get in the ring. Don't. Oh God, just fucking get in the ring. And for anyone sit there and say, and it's just funny. I understand that y'all are the commentators, but stop putting over Vince like this motherfucker look like he's Hulk Hogan in 1980s. Man, I'd rather him to keep the suit on, man. I'm like, man, this dude just looked so. He just looked even more old when he took his jacket off.
Well,
So of course he beat.
That's the thing. We all should be so lucky to be as good a shape as him when we're in our late 70s, but at the same time, still 70, still like in the 70s.
He looks like the fucking Vince McMahon puppet from the Firefly Funhouse.
No,
Amen.
I can't remember the guy's name, and you might be Brandon. You might be a little young to remember this, but in the '80s, there was a puppeteer that had a certain type of puppet style, and he did like a Genesis video and some other stuff. Vince literally looks like that puppet, and the stunner, and that's when, and even when Stone Cold was chasing him to try to give him the stunner, he moved like a 57-year-old man.
Oh my God! And that was the worst.
Look, you could be in great shape. I'm 45, and I'm hoping I can continue to age well as I get older. But there is a certain point where Terry Funk never looked old in the ring because Terry Funk never really stopped wrestling. So he was always even if he was moving differently, we never saw it because we always saw Terry Funk, and Terry Funk kept kind of evolving with his age. If you disappear for a long period of time and then come back in, we're gonna notice a difference in the way you move, the way your hands look. That's one dead giveaway. Especially if you're a wrestler, your hands take this weird shape when you're older and you're at everything, and you look great and whatever. But it's like the age is noticeable. You're not fooling anybody by being by just having still being in shape.
Yeah. Because, of course, like I say, he beats him. Him and Austin Theory celebrating. Of course, Stone Cold comes out once again, which was a surprise.
He took the shittiest stunner you could ever take. This was so bad. It looked all the way around again and became good.
It's like Vince died when he took the stunner.
Well, that was the thing. Everybody in the stadium was screaming for a stunner, and Vince was like, "I'm 70."
Oh, now
I can't take that shit no more. Vince was trying to run. People were thinking that, it was Vince, Vince was trying to run. He was not trying to take that stunner, dog. I'm trying to tell you. Then finally he got him. He said, okay, I'll go. He didn't even drop. Vince just dropped for him. I said, so I know Stone Cold. Stone Cold couldn't stop laughing. You can tell he was laughing. He couldn't stop laughing the whole time. Like, goddamn, boy, you ain't the same Vince. But
Vince never took a good stunner.
It just he took it better. He took it better than that shit. That was old man. It was like he was just like, man, my legs. I know, that what made it funny to me because when I just saw his legs, it just like he went down before the stunner actually supposed to went down. It's just like his legs. He's like, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna let my legs go out. So when it goes down, it might not hurt as much, or it may not. It just looked like he just fell apart in his hands.
Is the stunner really that hard to move to take? It's like, okay, like you saw your gut and then you bounce up in the air and you take a back bump.
But again, he's in his 70s, and and I guarantee you, since he's one of these right-wing jackasses, I guarantee you he got COVID, and that also probably puts a wear and tear. Because again, great shape. But he was on a magazine cover not too many years ago, and it is night and day to what he looked like from that magazine cover to now. Like, age is catching up to Vince, and that's he's definitely lost a lot of steps. And again, for his age, he is a young Joe Namath. But for the rest of the world, it's like you're a 70-year-old dude still trying to act like he's in his 30s, and it's. You can't do that shit anymore, and your age is noticeable. Again, we all should hope we look like that when we're in our 70s. But when he took his shirt off, I was like, dude, put your shirt back on.
Please do. I'm glad he kept on the goddamn gangster tee. Cause if he came out the gangster tee, I'd be like, bro, this is not the day for you to do that. So, oh my God, so that was good. So now we move on to the finale of the show. Go ahead.
I remember I used to do karate before I had to retire because I have a heart condition. And my niece was there one time watching me like spar against somebody, right? It was like a very intense fight I was having. And I was wearing my gi, and like no, we're fighting so intense, right? Like he's kind of like ripping my gi off. It's like coming off me, right? And my niece comes in, she sees me fighting. She's like, Gerald, I can see your titties. I can see your titties. And I'm like, first of all, she's like 8 years old. No more than 8 years old. I forgot what years was, but she's very little. And that's one thing, right? But like, I was in far better shape than Vince McMahon looked now. I was in far better shape than Vince McMahon looked then.
I just know this much.
And she's talking about seeing my titties. You ain't see shit, little girl.
Oh my god! It was just like me personally, they could have. I would have preferred it, and then we're gonna move on. That him and Austin Theory's beating the shit out of dude, and Stone Cold come and saves McAfee. Now, of course, he gave McAfee a stunner.
Yeah.
Which that Stone Cold DTA, don't trust anybody. So, but me personally, I would have done it differently. I wouldn't have had Vince do a match. I would have had. It looked like Vince about to have a match. Theory jumps him. Him and Theory stomping the shit out of him, and then of course Stone Cold.
Yeah, they should have done that. They should have had Vince just bury him for no reason. They should have done that. Like, all right, have them get their revenge, have them stop the shot at him, and then all of a sudden the glass shatters, and here comes Austin with a can of whoop ass. They should have done that. Like, make it make sense. I'm just saying.
I know in Theory's next match is going to have to be a ladder match in order to get out of the hole they buried him in for the. You know, because they didn't give him anything. They didn't make him look good at all. At least McAfee got to shine for half a minute, you know, whatnot. But they didn't give him anything. They had him lose to a guy that wasn't a wrestler. Don't care if he was a football player. And then they, you know, had him get stunned and, you know, everything else. And it's like, he's young. I'm sure he could bounce back. But it's like, again, if somebody has star potential, I would have had.
I can't unsee that.
This is what I would have done. I would have had Stone Cold come out and do the old school, like I would have had them doing fuckery on McAfee.
Yeah.
Then have Stone Cold come out on the motorcycle thing, so that way he doesn't have to look old while he's running, and he can get down there quick. Do a stunner. McAfee gets the win. You know what? Outside interference. It's not the kid's fault, and then he gets stunned again. No shame in getting stunned by the legend Stone Cold. If anything, it's a dream come true. Then you do all the shit with McMahon. That's how I would have done it, because you would have gotten everything. Everybody would have gotten a chance to look bad and a chance to look good, and Stone Cold would have just looked good, which is what everybody wanted. And he would have protected, because he'd be like, hey, you know what? Austin Theory was winning, and he was being evil, nefarious heel, and then Stone Cold came in and fucked up and saved the day. And then what's he gonna do? And then he got stunned again. And then him and Vince had a thing. You know, it's not his fault. Now it's like, oh, well, the kid just was made to look like an ass at every turn.
Yeah, pretty much. So now let's go to this main event.
The main event. The biggest main event in history, I've been told.
I have no comment on that. I leave it alone. My mama said if you can't say nothing nice, don't say nothing at all. Now,
I don't believe that.
This match
I'll be facetious.
Yeah, I know. This match, in all intents and purposes, was your typical WWE Paul Heyman ran, big man, big move match. Because that's all it was. It was really no wrestling. The only wrestling hold that I probably saw was a Kimura lock at best.
Is Roman okay? Because I know he has. I know he's like in remission, but like I didn't somebody who has my tongue. Yeah. I know he had what was it? What kind of cancer he had? Leukemia, right? He's in remission, but like that still like fucks up like your immune system, especially the treatment for all that stuff. Because I know I'm also like a cancer survivor, and it's like things after that things affect you differently. Drugs, diseases affect you differently, right? So like this match went relatively short, right? So like,
but you know why, right?
tell me why before I say my thing.
Because goddamn, he got his arm pulled out of socket. They went home.
Oh yeah, well that too.
They went home. They supposedly went for probably another 10 minutes. It was clear that Brock won't go and win.
You think so?
No, I said it was clear he won't go into win.
Oh, he wasn't. Okay.
No, he won't go and win. No, because they didn't put too much effort into making Roman who he is. But they went home because he said to, well, I gotta give. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I gotta give props to the one and only, the great Paul Heyman.
Paul Heyman.
He said to him,
he gave
my
the pep
arm
talk.
out of the socket, I'm hurt. You heard Paul Heyman said,
Roman, you're the tribal chief. You don't play bitch nobody. Get your ass back in that ring and win that. Or don't come back at all.
That's what he said, my tribal chief, you have to continue. You have to continue. Basically was saying, look, finish out the match. I'll tell the ref. Period. Because you can see they went home because they probably called it. Either Brock called it or Roman called it. Said, "Look, I'm gonna hit you with this last spear, and we out of here because my shoulder is done." And to me, first of all, stop hyping up these matches like they're the greatest matches ever when they're not. We were not going to get a 5-star match.
It's buzz term. You're trying to sell things like that.
I get, but that's putting the hat on the hat. See it. People wanted to watch the main event to see if Brock was going to actually beat Roman. So you already had that going for yourself. Plus you had Brock, the brand new Brock, the happier Brock, the good guy Brock. So you already had people coming to watch this match. Plus add to the fact that unification, which is truly not unified. Because if it was unified tonight or tomorrow or Friday, he should be getting a new belt that's specified unified or undisputed. No, he's just gonna have 2 belts. He's gonna be 2-belt Roman, which goes to my point. They never really unified. It's gonna be unified probably until the next pay-per-view.
The reason why I brought up Roman's health earlier was because I thought that maybe it could have been a stamina thing, because he did say in a recent interview how sometimes because remember he had COVID a while back in January. And he's saying sometimes even now, his breathing still kind of still affects his breathing even now. So I thought maybe that has something to do with it.
Because it wasn't gassed. Because you can see it wasn't gassed. It was when he went for the spear and Brock caught him in that Kimura lock. Mm-hmm. And I saw when it happened, because when he went for the ropes and Brock held it a little longer, Roman, when you're in the Kimura lock, you do not move that side of your body.
Yeah, especially like in real life, right? Like if somebody locks a submission tap out, I mean submission on you, it's an instant tap out, because in real life, like 5 seconds is all it takes for it to break or something.
Yeah. So basically, when he stretched his arm out, that's when it got pulled out of socket. He should have never moved his arm. Should have kept his arm completely hooked.
Yeah.
Period. And that's when he said, and you can see, actually, they showed pictures of where you saw it popped out of joint. Yeah, he popped it back in joint when he grabbed the rope at the end of the match and pulled himself. That's when he popped it back in joint and able. Because trust me, he was in pain lifting both of them belts.
I saw pictures of his arm on Instagram. It looked fucking ugly than a mud fence.
Yeah, it probably the main reason why he was able to lift them belts, because his arm went completely numb.
That's like he gave Paul the other belt.
Yeah. So, but the finish made sense with the spear. Made sense for him to kick out the F5, what we done before. We done seen this match umpteen times. Yeah. So, Billy, what's your thoughts on the main event?
Well, you hit the nail on the head in that we've seen this match, because this has been like a main event Wrestlemania match, like I don't know how many times, and it's been just these guys have been married to each other for years. And most of the time, no one gave a shit or wanted to see it, because they weren't giving it to the people the way they wanted to see it. And now they finally are giving it, and it's like, well, yes, now we want to. This is how we wanted to see it in the beginning, but you took forever to get here. And again, both guys, Roman is somebody that won me over once he let him go heel. But it's again, you're not going to get a 5-star match. These guys are not. It's not going to be Ric Flair, Steamboat. It's not going to be Briscoe, Funk. But when I grapple, I have some grappling experience, and I've trained and everything. And one of the things they do, if you train with anybody reputable, is that when you're sparring or you're learning to try to throw on a hold, especially an arm lock or a leg lock, or actually they won't even let you do leg locks in the beginning, is when you start to go for the hold to slow down, because even when you're trained, when you whip into trying to lock something in, you risk injuring the person, because just that's the way the human body is. It doesn't matter if you're a 5th-degree black belt or a white belt. And Brock is just a fucking strong son of a bitch, and it was an accident. And no, it wasn't the greatest match. It's the best match WWE put on, because they actually took the effort to build it properly, and they did the right finish. It did feel flat, and also, again, you set the standard so high that even if they had to go home early, there was no sense of like this great thing was achieved. Like when Brian had his one WrestleMania moment, they had stuff falling from the sky. They had fireworks. It didn't, and they rushed to get off the air. And I'm like, wait a minute, you just unified. You supposedly, for the time being, you unified until you get bored again and go with 2 world titles. And this guy is your only star, in my opinion. Like your real wrestling star. And you just, oh, look, pew, 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 and then go to play. I'm like, wait a minute, motherfucker. This is an 87-hour televised event. Are you fucking kidding me? The one thing I wanted to see of all WrestleMania was this, because the WWE can do that. Like, they do the spectacle of, like, the shit going off and the stuff falling from the sky, and it's a big fucking deal, and it gives you a sense of, like, he just won the Stanley Cup, and you race to get off TV.
It's just that's antiquated thinking. Because remember, nowadays WrestleMania is just another pay-per-view. Because think about it, next month at WrestleMania Backlash, it's just another show.
Because that's what it felt like. Because me personally, it's like this: I shouldn't see Brock Lesnar go against Roman Reigns no time fucking soon. No. You have beat this man. He has not gotten one fucking win on Roman in this interval of their rivalry. He just lost twice. It's the second time he lost to him. The first time he lost to Crown Jewel. This time he loses, and he loses the belt. I should not see another match between, or if there is a match, he has to go through some shit to get.
That means they're tied 2 wins apiece.
I mean, yeah, overall, but we talking about this run as Roman is champ, because let's keep it old school. Okay. If you didn't beat the champion the first time, you didn't get a shot. You had to go back to the back of the line and work your way up. Same thing. He just lost, even though, they're 2 for 2. He is 0-2 while Roman has had this run. So because of that, why should Brock get another shot unless Brock wins a number 1 contenders match? Or Brock wins a match or somehow gets a pin on Roman? You get what I'm coming from? Because to me, Roman has beat him. Roman beat him at WrestleMania. He beat him at Crown Jewel. So you basically then buried it. Anything left in that rivalry, you didn't kill it. It's time for a new challenger. That's why, to me, they should go with the Bobby Lashley. They should go with I hate that Big E is hurt. They could have went with Big E. They can go with Drew McIntyre, since Drew McIntyre is on SmackDown, and the most obvious choice on SmackDown to challenge Roman for the title, because he was a former champion, and Roman beat him to get the belt, and he never got a rematch.
Roman didn't beat the belt.
I thought, who beat? Wait a second, who did Roman beat for the title?
He beat beat Braun Strowman and the Fiend to win the belt back in 2020.
Okay, I got you. So wait a second. So that show you how long it's been since he won the title. Because he came back and Drew was the champion on the other side. But the thing of it is one, him and Drew would have great matches, because I haven't seen them wrestle before, and they had a great match last time they wrestled. But to me, I should not see Brock Lesnar anywhere near the title for a minute, unless y'all make it storyline purpose that he gets another chance. Because then, guess what? Now, what we gonna do? We're gonna do a cage match now.
Already did that too, by the way.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like y'all done went to the well so much with this Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns.
It went dry.
It's dry now. There's nothing left. Now you got to go new.
Well, to your point, to add to your point, and Brock said this in an interview, and we talked about it on the show where he said these young guys got to step up, and it's like, Big E is a perfect example of this, and so is Otis, and so is the Fiend, and so is McIntyre. It's like, it's not that these guys aren't willing to stand up. It's what's the point at this point? Because you get maybe a 2-week push. There's no sense of either you're afraid of getting fired or you're going to get buried, and they won't let anybody. You have this red carpet because you're Brock Lesnar, and they will continue to do Roman and Brock Lesnar.
He can't relate. That's why he can't relate.
Yeah.
It's these guys. It's not that the talent's not there. You could have one hell of a fucking devastating roster, but they don't let anybody get any momentum. They bury them the second they start.
It's also hard to step up in the ceilings, right? Like below right above your head, like into your head.
Well, yeah, actually, great point. I'm 5'7", and I would feel like Andre the Giant if I walked into the WWE locker room because the ceiling is so fucking low.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, like I said, when I look at Big E and even Lashley, they did not have. Kofi had a better title run than Lashley and Big E. And Kofi was a reluctant champion, meaning that they reluctantly put the belt on him.
That shit broke my heart when he lost. In such a way.
Yeah.
That broke my heart. Not even because of the black thing, but it's still.
I wouldn't feel that way about anybody because I'm like, you done built this dude up, gave him actually good matches and a good title run, and then he goes against Brock, and it's practically a squash match. So basically, in essence, you buried your title.
It was a squash match.
It was a squash match. You basically because even when Goldberg won his title back in WCW, it was practically a squash match, but Goldberg walked in so fucking strong, you kind of couldn't help but to believe that, yeah, it kind of makes sense. You feel me? With Brock, it was more of, because we want the belt on Brock, we just going to throw Brock into this role.
I wouldn't mind Kofi dropping the belt to Brock, but at least have a competitive match. They didn't have to, this is
could have gave him 5 to 6 minutes.
That Kofi gets for holding it down for 7 months. We didn't have anybody. We needed somebody to be the champion for a little bit. He held it down against every top guy, every top heel on SmackDown and some heels on Raw. Daniel Bryan, Samoa Joe, Randy Orton, and the list goes on. Those are all top names. Like Dolph Ziggler, like every top guy that they had, he came over them, and he held it down. He held that SmackDown, especially on his back.
Yeah. And then as soon as they got Brock Lesnar back, he came back, decided to come back to wrestling. There you go.
And why did they give Brock the SmackDown title? I thought I'm caught because the WWE Championship, right? Because they thought he was on SmackDown, but then Brock said he didn't want to go on SmackDown.
He wanted to go to Raw. Yeah.
So it goes back to what we were saying earlier, that doesn't matter if he was drawing money, it doesn't matter that the fans wanted. They Vince or whoever that was calling the shots didn't see Kofi as a champion, or we don't want that, even though, he's filling out stadiums and everything. And honestly, they'll also, again, they'll sandbag a guy by giving him. One more new guy get a title. If I see one more new champion get crowned that people want to see a champion, and then immediately he goes into a feud with Randy Orton, I swear to Christ, I am going to study magic and reach through the screen and fucking strangle whoever booked it, because it's like the same formula. It's like the same sandbagging formula. So it's like, we don't want this guy to be champion, but to shut the fans up, here's the belt. And then now we're going to just start the slow process of sandbagging him and then never let him near the title again. And I live for the day. And this is not a knock on Brock, but I live for the day where he goes, you know what? I'm done. And he already has more money than he needs. And then the WWE does not have him anymore, because that's when you're going to see the rats really start to eat each other in the barrel. That's when you're going to see shit go real weird in WWE because he is just their easy answer to everything. And one day he's gonna go, nah, I'm done. And then they're gonna, like I said, like rats in a
trust
barrel.
me on this. Even with Vince probably was trying to kiss Stone Cold ass to come back for another goddamn match. Because Vince does not believe in the current crop of talent, even the talent that's been there for years.
Well, he didn't see anything in Cesario, which shows you that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Whose fault is that Vince doesn't believe in his roster? That's his own design.
Yeah, and Vince don't see it that way. It's kind of like the story of Henry Ford. It took Ford to damn near become bankrupt for Henry Ford to finally say to his son, okay, son, go ahead and make your car. I guess people don't really want the T-Ford anymore, even though it's 1940, and people don't do the T-Ford anymore. But, hey, maybe you got a point there. That is what's going on with Vince, is that Vince wants to make WWE, which he has done, a sports entertainment brand.
It's about getting the brand over, not the talent.
Bingo. And that's what it comes down to. Because I keep telling everybody, he felt some type of way when Cena left. He felt some type of way when The Rock left. He felt some type of way when Hogan left. He felt some type of way. The only person he don't feel any type of way about is two people, Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker, because they never left. Shawn Michaels left because of injury, but he never really left. He still stuck around. Mm-hmm. The Undertaker never left. He had an issue with Hogan, not just because Hogan testified in the woman card, because Hogan went to WCW and damn near put him out of business. He has an issue with The Rock because The Rock, when The Rock was at his hottest, decided he wanted to go Hollywood and do Scorpion King. You feel what I'm saying? He saw the same thing with John Cena. Because to him, he's like, you should never want to leave me. He's like Kanye. You should never want to leave me. Why are you going to leave me? Fuck Hollywood. So what Hollywood can make you a big star and make you fucking millions? Stay here with me. Just like he had an issue with Batista leaving. If you notice, the people that ends up leaving to go to Hollywood, he don't push him as hard. He don't talk about him as much until he really needs him. You feel me? Mm-hmm. Trust me, it buzzed the fuck out of him. He can't even get the Rock to come do this match with Roman. He's like, I guess the Rock don't have time for his old friend, the guy that actually made him the greatness that made him Dwayne Johnson. I'm the reason why he has the little Rock, not because of himself.
That's a good impression.
No, but Vince feels like he should have the option to, I could fire you and let you go, whatever, and it doesn't work that way. It doesn't. Look, you build up somebody or you open a door for somebody or whatever. It's a mutual thing, and eventually it comes to an end, and somebody has to pull the trigger. Vince just wants the power to be able to I put John Cena on the shelf or whatever. Yeah. Vince will cut your throat in New York Minute. I mean, look what he's done to his son-in-law. His son-in-law. Literally, you fucked this guy so hard, you literally broke his heart.
Broke his butthole. That's how he fucked
and
we're family.
Hell, he didn't even get a moment. I mean, I'm sure next year it's going to be the Triple H show at the Hall of Fame, quote unquote. But I was like, what? No speech? They didn't even let the guy have a moment to have a speech when he put his boots in the ring. And here's the thing too. When Vince is dead and gone, either that Khan guy is going to run the show, or Stephanie. And here's the funny thing: Stephanie made no business and putting herself in the right photograph, but it was Triple H that had all that. He's the one with the mind. The McMahon family knows how to make money in spite of.
They know how to make wrestling.
Inspire themselves.
But that's the thing. That's the American system. Once you hit a certain point of income, the system begins to protect you. So it's actually, unless you're a complete ass, you can just, the system rewards you for being wealthy, and you can be you can be kind of like middling intelligent and still get ahead because the system is designed to protect people with money. Look at Trump, not even politically, just business-wise, before he ever got into politics. The system is designed, once you hit a certain level of income, as long as you don't go completely full stupid, it's a self perpetuating, fulfilling prophecy. You're able to keep making money because the system finds ways to keep the rich rich. The ultimate joke and irony is when people dream about becoming famous and buying the big house and the big car. Once you become famous, people start give you Nikes, give you iPhones, give you so once you now I have the money to buy the shit. I don't have to buy the shit because they're giving it to me as long as I use it. So it's it's the ultimate irony of the American system. It's like as long as you're mildly intelligent and fairly competent, you can be a success in business.
Yeah. I'm watching Raw right now. This one, the recap of Mania.
Shit, I ain't even get a chance to even watch it. Well, I ain't gonna be able to get a chance because my cable is off for a while. But I can catch up on it. I usually catch up on it looking at the news sites. So with that being said, people, any final thoughts on this year's WrestleMania?
I mean, I give it a mild thumbs up. A mild, like a very mild, reluctant thumbs up, really. Because it still had, to me, it's still, even though for all the crap that you had on it, we didn't talk about the New Day match, or did we? I forgot.
The who match?
The New Day match with the
I didn't even talk about it because that wasn't even a match.
Yeah, so I'm not going to with the Fight Club rule. What's it called? Despite stuff like that, right? All the bad stuff, right? I still give it a mild thumbs up. So yeah,
Billy?
Because it still had the grandeur, and it still like looked and felt like WrestleMania. That makes any sense.
So Billy, your turn. Your final thoughts.
It was what it was. WrestleMania has just become like the Super Bowl, and it depends on if you have an investment in the game. And it was what it was. Again, it wasn't as horrible. Like I said, it was only just a raping and a beating. I was also expecting a double fisting, and that didn't happen. The WWE product is what it is, and it's not wrestling. I don't consider it the big leagues. And it's they're painting themselves ever into a corner, and it's going to be interesting. But that's the thing too. They have people who like WWE style thing. That's why, when I say it, I don't mean to be insult. I don't mean it as an insult. There's wrestling fans, and then there's WWE fans. And WWE fans like the stuff that WWE puts out. So as long as they have that market, they'll kind of be fine. But nobody, in my opinion, came out better. There was no grand sense of I feel no urgency to watch Raw. I don't feel like, ooh, I can't. It's they just whatever week to week they tell you what's important, and then people go with it.
It's also psychology. Like the younger that you get put on something, right? It's the harder you're gonna take to come off of it. I started watching WWE and all wrestling for that matter when I was 9 years old. Yeah, so I don't think I'll ever not be a wrestling fan or a WWE fan. I don't think I'll ever not watch Raw for as worse as bad or worse that it may get, for better or for worse. I'll never stop watching it. But it doesn't mean I necessarily like the episode. I'm saying. So I'm just saying it's just pretty much I'm gonna keep on watching it, but not because I like it necessarily, but it's because I'm hooked on it.
This is what I think, and this is my final thoughts because I got another show I got to do and everything. WrestleMania on the whole, I liked it. I can't complain. It was WrestleMania. To me, I think the biggest problem with WrestleMania, the biggest problem with WWE is that outside of Roman and Brock, they don't have no major stars, no superstars.
I agree.
And nor are they trying to make them for whatever reason it is. I think actually Brock. We know why, but Brock and Roman is succeeding as superstars in spite of, not because of. Period. And to me, there's some things in matches that they could have fucking left off this shit. sad that celebrities had the better showing than some of the showing that some of these wrestlers did this weekend. And
Undertaker's entrance was longer than the New Day match.
Yeah, actually, and because to even with the New Day match, the fact you had them guys come out in singlets like that, a Big E, and then get squashed.
Triple H coming out, put his boots in the ring, and walking
Didn't
back.
say a word. It's just it kind of like to me, but yet Vince gets a whole match to himself though.
Mm-hmm. I'm amazed Stephanie didn't find a way to stick herself into the whole thing.
Yeah. So, but like I said, it was another WrestleMania in the books, another great weekend of wrestling. I'm curious to see what happens with Ring of Honor. I'm curious to see what goes on with AEW, which we didn't tell our AEW fans know we didn't touch on it because I'm not about to sit here for 4 hours. It's not about that. You know, but also at the same token, we'll eventually get back to it, what have you. And Brandon, I want to say thank you for coming.
You're welcome, and thank you for having me.
No doubt, and we definitely have to bring you back to chop up on some more wrestling and everything. And next week, people will be back to our normal schedule. You get to get the sultry poetry of Gordon Soley next week for sure, as well as an ode to the old school and everything. So with that being said, Brandon, tell everybody where they can find your radio station, you, and all that good stuff.
There's two ways. www.btpllcapp.com or just download the Brandon Jar Productions LLC app.
And Billy, tell them where they can spend money on you, my brother.
You know, the usual, my Twitter and my Instagram. I got some stuff coming up. Yeah, next big thing for me is Chicago Exotica, trying to set that up and everything, and that's always a whirlwind. And yeah, I mean that's it for me for the moment.
All right.
So people, you know how we do this all day, every day. Another great episode of Pilgrim on Wrestling in the Books. You know how we end this all day, every day. Life is a learning experience. What's the point of the experience? You didn't learn anything. Smoke is over.
And
Go
until
ahead,
next time, when it's Vader time, we'll see you then.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm watching Raw right now. Cody's coming out.
Oh God, I'm gonna have to look. I got to figure out a way to watch it.
Wait, who's coming out?
Cody Rhodes.
Oh.
Yeah, because it's the first 10 minutes. So let's go so we can get back to it next week, people.
All right, next week.
Thank you, guys.